Senate Committee on Criminal Justice will come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Present.
Vice Chair Parker, Senator Hinojosa,
Present.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator King, Senator Hagenbu.
A quorum is not established, but will be established as the meeting progresses. So members, our agenda this morning includes about 20 bills designed to make Texas safer for all of its citizens and to ensure that the evidence and testing protocols meet the highest standards, that child abuse and neglect are properly reported and investigated, that justice in the Lone Star State starts and ends with public safety. It is the intent of the chair to lay out the bills one at a time, take testimony, and then vote on the bill as we have a quorum to be able to get these out. More than likely, what we're going to do is hear the bills and then vote them out together at the end to be efficient as possible to get these bills out. So if you intend to provide verbal testimony or would like to register a position on one or more bills, please register at one of the kiosks located behind the committee's hearing room. Please show Senator Parker, Vice Chair Parker is present. So members, does anyone have any statement or comments you wish to make before we begin? Hearing none, let's get to work. So 1846. Is it 1046? 19.
True.
Morning. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1946 and recognizes Senator Zaffarini to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members, Senate Bill 1946 relates to the creation of a Family Violence Criminal Homicide Prevention Task Force. Members, family violence homicides are a heartbreaking, preventable tragedy in Texas. Despite efforts at both the legislative and community levels, more than 200 Texans, mostly women, are murdered by an intimate partner every year. This rate has remained alarmingly high since 2020. To help legislators determine how to reduce the number of these tragedies, the Texas Council on Family Violence requested the appointment of a 2-year task force modeled after the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force in the Criminal Justice Division of the Governor's Office. The short version of the bill is that generally the bill, Senate Bill 1946, would establish a 2-year, time-limited lethality factor task force to develop policy recommendations for Texas' 90th legislature. It also would specify how the task force would operate, be organized, and meet its objectives.
Members, any questions? Joe Senator King is present. A quorum is established. So invited testimony for Senate Bill 1946 is now open. Do we have anybody registered? We had someone here for invited testimony. If you have any questions of the witness, and if not, we'll skip on to public testimony on the bill. So we have one. Senator Zaffarini, do you wish to have your invited testimony come?
No, we have a resource witness from the Texas Council on Family Violence if there are questions.
Are there any questions? Any questions? And I'd like to thank her for being here. So we'll now close invited testimony, open for public testimony. Is there anyone registered? There's no one registered for public testimony. Is there anyone here present who wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1946? Hearing none, public testimony is closed, and we'll keep the bill pending.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you, Dean.
Show Senator Hagenbu as present. Does that bring him another? What's the number?
2009.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 2009. Recognizes Senator Campbell to explain the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good morning, members. Certain counties assign attorneys for those who cannot afford a lawyer in criminal cases, and they're called managed assigned counsel in this a managed assigned counsel program. Currently, state law only allows the managed assigned counsel program director to approve any payments. But the size and volume of payment approvals in larger counties have really created a substantial administrative burden for the directors. So this bill will allow the managed assigned counsel director the option to establish a designee that would assist in approving these types of payments to the attorneys if it's necessary. With that, I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Any questions? The chair now opens for invited testimony. We had no one here for invited testimony. Invited testimony is closed. Chair now opens for public testimony. So the chair calls Kenneth Harden. Kenneth Harden. Kenneth Harden? Well, it's you're here in spirit.
Stuck in traffic.
Yes. Now, I can understand that.
We all can relate.
So with that, if you're not present, anyone here wish to testify on for or against Senate Bill 2009? Hearing none, public testimony is closed and we'll hold the bill pending.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hancock? Next, Senator Hancock. What was that? Chair lays out Senate Bill 1588 and recognizes Senator Hancock to explain the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, as you know, Texas law currently requires mandatory reporting of child abuse, and that includes penalties for those who fail to report, and these penalties are at a higher level than the general public. Senate Bill 1588 takes a list, and you've got it on your one page. I don't want to read through these, where they were knowledgeable of it, sought to cover it up, and rather than having it a misdemeanor, which is the current offense, it takes it up to a felony account if they're aware of it and seeking to cover it up, and rather than listing all the abusive, I would suggest you read the one-pager, so see how we specifically segment out those that would be under a felony versus a misdemeanor. I can't imagine those lists that we have would be a misdemeanor, so that's what this seeks to do.
Members, any questions? Hearing none, the chair now opens for invited testimony. Chair calls Joseph Cleveland. Good morning. If you state your name, who you represent, and you may begin your invited testimony.
Good morning, committee. My name is Joseph Cleveland. Thanks for allowing me to testify today. I'm from Huntsville, Texas. This bill relates to me because in 2004, at the age of 15, I was introduced to a man who is a pedophile. This man began grooming me and would eventually begin molesting me. This happened once or twice a month for the rest of my high school career and on into adulthood. Little did I know this man had already been working alongside a college ministry called Chi Alpha and a church called the Assemblies of God for at least 2 decades and had already molested other boys. In 2012, my abuser became a registered sex offender for the crimes he committed in Alaska. When the pastors in the ministry found out about this, no announcement was made to the student body, no warnings were issued, no investigation was launched. They simply only said to ministry staff, "We don't believe he's guilty, and you are adults and can make your own decisions." This man was embedded in the ministry and several others in Texas. He was allowed access to college students and minors, and because no investigation was launched within the denomination, to my knowledge, the pastors never found over a dozen victims that myself and my fellow friends would eventually find in 2023 when we had the courage to come forward. As it currently stands with the law, these situations put all of the pressure on the victims to come forward. It took me 19 years to tell anybody, including even my wife. I was interviewed, I was investigated by lawyers, I had meetings with quote-unquote pastors, law enforcement, CPS, It was extremely painful, endless, and not to mention, like, brought up all the trauma all over again. While I was doing this, the pastors in the Assemblies of God were signing NDAs, issuing statements written by lawyers, while I had to share publicly my deepest life pain in secret. So many of these men knew that he was a registered sex offender, was involved in the ministry, and active around minors, and yet did not do what was needed to prevent the abuse. In relation to this bill, I have also been a high school teacher for 8 years in the state of Texas. Every year I have had to make reports, some official with CPS, of various levels of grooming, sexual harassment, child abuse, child sexual abuse, every year. Last Tuesday, this very legislative body celebrated the Assemblies of God. Some of the very men that walked these halls of the Capitol were the very same men who knew about the crimes that my abuser did and failed to act. We have the emails proving that they knew. These shepherds failed to protect the flock, such as myself, but you now have the chance to ensure that these pastors and clergy, and even myself as teachers, in the future will take the admission of the prophet to act justly. My request is that we pass Senate Bill 1588 so that people can be held accountable for knowingly allowing such horrific crimes. There is a term why all this is allowed to go on in the shadows. It's called niceness culture. After hearing the report of child sexual abuse, so many would think, no way that man would ever do that. Everybody loves him. And that's the same thing they said about the man who abused me. And unfortunately, this is why so many instances of abuse continue to occur. Those adults don't step up to protect the children and leave them to fend for themselves in the dark. I welcome any questions.
Members, any questions? Members? Senator King.
I just want to thank you for your courage in coming forward on this very important legislation. And it's hard to get them to testify about things like that. And as someone who spends his life, tries to spend his life focused on a commitment to Christ, when we see failures like this, it really makes your blood boil, and it really disappoints you in some of our leadership. But thank you, and I just want to encourage you, because of all that, not to grow weak in your faith in Christ, because it's not the church that's the problem, it's people that are the problem. So thank you for being here.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for being here. Again, there is the purpose of this committee and us as we move these bills to the legislature to see that justice is done. And hearing testimony gives us the ability to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo comments of the chairman and my good friend Senator King. We just appreciate your courage in coming forward and really bringing forward light against this darkness. It's horrific what happened to you, and because of your courageousness, so many others in Texas will not suffer what you've had to suffer historically. So hang in there, and you're in our thoughts and prayers. And again, thank you for being a hero to so many future generations of children in Texas that will protect Mr. Senator Hancock's good legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, members. And it is because of brave citizens like this that we're able to correct these situations to see if they don't occur again.
Amen.
And thank you, Senator Hancock. I see no one else registered as invited testimony. Invited testimony is closed. Chair now opens for public testimony. Chair calls Curtis Garrison and Luke McCowan. Curtis Garrison and Luke McCowan. Thank you for being here. You have please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you. You guys were quick, sorry. My name's Curtis Garrison. I'm supporting the bill. I'm a child sexual abuse survivor and also a Boy Scout bankruptcy claimant, one of 82,209. There's 82,209 claimants because they did not report perpetrators. My perpetrator was a known troublemaker. He moved from state to state. Many of us were abused. Many of my troop were claimants. And he was arrested twice after the fact. After he left, we aged out. 12 to 15 was my situation. My adopted family, since a toddler, I was sexually abused. Many foster kids. We reported as I got older. Nobody would ever it was like a cult. And to this day, I'm estranged from my family, my friends, the community, the church. Nobody wants to stand forward, even though the Boy Scoutmaster was also from the church. So I'm just here to say, I think 40 seconds left. Red or blue, teachers, preachers, it doesn't matter who. You got to demand those people that are not wanting to take a risk and protect children to say something. And if they won't say it because they're either paid off, they're in the system, their benefits, to incentivize them not to report, we have got to protect children, and they need to be penalized and held responsible for our harm, because I've got PTSD, and I have not been asleep all night driving here from Dallas because this is a lifelong sentence of high blood pressure, blood sugar issues, vision, loss of heart failure. I can go on and on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for taking the time to come and give us testimony. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you again for being so courageous and coming forward. I'm so sorry for all you've suffered, and thank you for sharing your story. It makes a huge difference in making certain we pass this legislation, we do so on a timely basis, and we protect other children and go against this darkness. So thank you very much for being here. God bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before you go,
Senator Hagenbuch?
before you go, well, you can go ahead and sit down. I was gonna
Yes, sir.
say to you,
Senator,
yes,
you can come forward. Yes.
you can stay there. It's okay. I was just going to make a comment, sir, on what you said. Thank you. I want to thank you also for taking time to do that. You know, as you were talking, it just hit me. Something hit me. My father told me he was a fireman, and he was the kind of guy who kind of really taught the basics of how to live in our world. And one of the things, he had a lot of sayings, and one of them was silence is agreeing. And he also would say things like, you know, we've heard before, sayings like, you know, you are your brother's keeper. And I think we are, and this bill says, hey, those are things we are responsible for as people, you know, society, people, Americans, Texans who are living together. And it just hit me when you were talking. So thank you for coming to testify today. Appreciate that very much. Yeah.
If you state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Luke McCowan. I'm a Crimes Against Children prosecutor in McLennan County, Texas, and I'm testifying for the bill. I think it's a good bill. The comment I just wanted to make is we've been charging people in this situation already with endangering a child, which is already a state jail felony. So my only suggestion would be to change it to from a state jail to a 3rd degree, just because it becomes more useful then for enhancement purposes. We recently had a case where a guy, it was an intergenerational abuse, and he pled to 45 years, and the wife was charged with endangering, and it just would have been better to have a 3rd degree we could use in her case. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm sure it's something that would want to be discussed with the author as we move forward. Sure. And thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So seeing no one else registered to publicly testify on Senate Bill 1588, public testimony is closed, and we will hold the bill pending. We'll go to Senator Paxton. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1212 and recognizes Senator Paxton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. Texas has historically led the rest of the states on anti-trafficking legislation. For example, Texas made headlines in 2021 as the first state to make the purchase of commercial sex a felony, combating the demand side of this crime. However, when it comes to across-the-board human trafficking penalties, Texas is over a decade behind other states. In Florida, coercion for labor or commercial sexual activity is a first-degree felony, with some additional punishment specifications for certain conditions. While trafficking was originally a second-degree felony in Florida, Florida increased the penalty to a first-degree felony in 2012. Currently, human trafficking is a second-degree felony in Texas, with the offense increased to a first-degree felony only under certain conditions, such as if the trafficking results in the victim's death or if the trafficking victim was a child or an individual with a disability. This bill elevates the penalty for human trafficking offenses across the board to a first-degree felony, where it is not already. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for your consideration, and I know we have some witnesses here to speak to this situation.
Members, any question? If not, the chair now opens up for invited testimony. Chair calls Mary Wells, Bridget Sawyer, and Jacqueline Aluto. Mary Wells, Bridget Sawyer, and Jacqueline Aluto. Hope I pronounced that correctly. We'll begin on my right, and you state your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with your invited testimony.
My name is Mary Wells. I am representing myself in breaking the chains of human trafficking. Is that better? Okay. My name is Mary Wells. I represent myself in breaking the chains of human trafficking. Breaking the Chains of Human Trafficking is a nonprofit organization. We help victims recover from the traumas of being trafficked. But I didn't always know. I'm sorry. I didn't always know about human trafficking. It wasn't until May 2nd, 2018, when 2 state troopers came to our door to let us know that our daughter, Julia, had been in an incident on North Texas Tollway, and that a homicide detective was going to be calling us. Later that day, a homicide detective indeed did call and let us know that our daughter had been a victim of human trafficking. She had come out of a known trafficker's vehicle, and that they were going to be investigating the human trafficking aspect of it. Right now, we are awaiting trial to be the first one tried in the state of Texas as trafficking resulting in death. Like I said, I didn't know what human trafficking was at that point. But now that we're working with victims, we come across victims all the time who have been years of brutally beaten, brutally raped, and they still don't have justice because, like the young man 2 weeks ago, his trafficker, he'd been trafficked until the age of 14. And his trafficker ended up with 7 years. And it's because he pled, but he ended up with 7 years. And he had already spent almost 2 years in jail. And the young man tried to commit suicide because he felt like no one cared about his life. And if it wasn't worth anything to anybody else, then why should it be worth anything to him? This is something he's going to have to live with for the rest of his life. The trauma of being trafficked, the trauma of being raped time after time after time. That this man will be walking out of prison probably before he even hits the courtyard. I'm begging you today, please pass SB 1212. It is imperative to save our children.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, members? Thank you. Please show Senator Huffman is present. You may proceed. Name, who you represent, and you may position on the bill, and you may proceed.
My name is Bridget Sawyer. I represent myself in No Trafficking Zone, and I'm in support for the bill. And I'm a survivor, and I think this bill is good because we already go through a whole lot as it is. What we go through, as a result of the crimes committed against us. And then also we go through a tremendous amount with trial and through the legal process. And I think the bill would be good because if we have to go through so much, not only for what it was done for us, but just to be able to get justice, then the punishments should be more severe, especially these are heinous, barbaric crimes that are committed against people. So if it's going to be that serious, then the punishment needs to be as serious. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? If you can proceed, your name and then who you represent. And
I'm Jacqueline Ludo. I represent myself in No Trafficking Zone. Thank you, Chairman, and the committee for having me here today and all of us. SB 1212 is a critical bill, probably one of the most critical for the state of Texas. I'm the president of an organization called No Trafficking Zone, where we break down human trafficking into markets. We have to break it down into markets because it's such a substantial and elaborate crime. It is a $245 billion business, which makes more than oil, Nike, and all of the NFL football teams combined. So that should show you the gravity of this crime and how many people it affects. Also, how many people profit and participate from this kind of crime. Sex trafficking, it's not just from school zones or correctional facilities or malls or parks. We're talking about sextortion with gaming, where our children are preyed upon. Being on the front lines of human trafficking, this first started when we were recovering children with law enforcement and working with law enforcement. We saw law enforcement get frustrated. We saw prosecutors get frustrated time and time again, year after year. Traffickers were getting little to no time. But victims and children were being murdered, never been found, or scarred for life. And so we created these zones where first there was schools, because there was a study by Thorne and Austin University that 55% of human trafficking victims were first targeted, groomed, or connected to their schools. Then we expanded it to the foster care facilities because we know that 60% of children in the foster care system really are preyed upon with traffickers. And every legislative session, we're here adding zones. It gets exhausting because time and time again, we have the privilege to work with survivors like Mary and Bridget and countless and thousands of other people in the state of Texas. And we're just here to ask our leaders, our people in positions of power. We all hear everybody talk about public safety first, public safety, violent offenders. But when it comes to implementing legislation that would really prevent violent crimes, prevent a lifetime of suffering, we get pushback. So I'm here to ask, I appreciate Senator Parker, you added the correctional facilities. Thank you so much. The more we add, the better. But if we could pass SB 1212, then that means every pool in Texas, every mall, every apartment complex, every school, every place that your kid, your wives go to will be safe. And so we're just asking you guys to look at the facts. Human trafficking costs the state of Texas over $4 billion every year, annually. That's a staggering amount, for health care, mental costs, law enforcement. We need more tools. And so this would help not only give justice and tell our victims, and there's so many in the state of Texas. We know that we're neck and neck with California as #1 for human trafficking. This tells our victims and our public and every community that victims matter, that innocent lives matter. And what this tells perpetrators and cartels and organized crimes and gangs and pimps is that you will be penalized to the highest. And this will deter this crime, and this will help prevent other people from suffering. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for your testimony, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I just want to thank all three of you for being here. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your advocacy broadly on behalf of all the victims. I'm so sorry for all that you've suffered, and so incredibly sorry for your loss, ma'am, of your precious baby girl. And thank you for what all you're doing to fight in her memory, to protect other children, other citizens from having these horrible things occur. We've been very focused on working to end human trafficking in Texas for a long time. Many of my colleagues here have been doing that. It's a passion for all of us, and we'll collectively continue to work. But thank you for the feedback on this good bill, and we look forward to moving it. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Chair sees no one else provided testimonies. The provided testimony is now closed. Is there someone else for invited testimony? Or this public testimony? The chair now opens up for public testimony, and the chair calls Natalie Trivibul-Chaikul.
Really great.
My mom taught me phonics when I was a kid.
Love that.
So, please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill. You have 2 minutes.
Sounds good. Good morning, members of the Senate. My name is Natalie Trivibul-Chaikul. I am the president and co-founder of Texas Counter-Trafficking Initiative. Our organization focuses on the location and recovery of juveniles who are being sex trafficked here in Texas. I am here today to urge the support of Senate Bill 1212, which elevates human trafficking to the first-degree felony here in Texas In our experience, we commonly see sentencing around 7 to 10 years in our state system for traffickers. A convicted felon can be eligible for parole after serving about 50% of their sentence. With the 2-to-1 credit they receive from county jail, they can conceivably be eligible for parole before they're ever inside a Texas prison. 3.5 years ago, we located a 15-year-old victim. Her trafficker, who had been previously charged 7 different times for trafficking, including 3 times of trafficking juveniles, and was also a registered sex offender, served only 3 years and 1 month, despite his repeated crimes. This lenient punishment fails to reflect the lifelong trauma inflicted on victims. Raising the penalty to the first-degree felony with the sentencing ranging from 25 to 99 years will send a clear and necessary message. Texas will no longer tolerate these crimes. With the stroke of your pen, you have the opportunity to prevent more trafficking and trauma than we can ever do in a lifetime of recovery operations. Please stand with us and protect the vulnerable and ensure that justice is truly served. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator King.
Thank you, and thanks for being here. So how much, when you see these low sentences, how much do you see that being weakness in the law or insufficient penalties, that type of thing? And how much do you see it around the state of being weak prosecutors who are not being attentive to this and working these cases as they should?
Honestly, I see it I'm not in ops as much as my head of operations, right? Like our ops guys are the ones who are truly out there. But from our cases, I would say it happens quite often. Yeah, and
that is the prosecutors not pushing the cases and working them as hard as they should.
I just don't think the sentencing is as strong as it should be. Truly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many of those human traffickers are repeat offenders? Do you know?
A lot.
Well, and that's important because
it's consistent.
The sentence itself is so short, and they go back to the same type of business. Obviously, something's not working the way.
I mean, just from people that I've interacted with in the field, what I see a lot, what happens is these girls are, when their person comes back out, there's a lot of blackmail, potential threats. And so they feel forced to be back in the field and do those acts that they don't want to do, the repeated traumas over and over again. So kind of Stockholm syndrome, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for being here.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
So the chair sees no other persons. Chair calls Michael McDaniel. Michael McDaniel. Mr. McDaniel, if you would, you make sure that you sign a card to register. That's why I didn't have you on cue. So you need to make sure he gets his registration card. Your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Mike McDaniel. I'm the director of the Houston High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. I've been in law enforcement for about 38 years, and I'm in support of this bill. We've seen a significant increase, law enforcement across, especially in the last 4 years, we've seen a significant increase in the cartels exploiting human trafficking, and then, of course, because of the money that the victims still owe the cartels, that we see them submitted into indentured servanthood, sexual exploitation, and it's very a serious problem. And there's a U.S. congressional report that says that in 22 and 23 and 24, cartels actually made more money off human trafficking than they did in drug trafficking, if you can imagine that. And that's how serious the problem is. And something else that I want to put on the radar for this committee in support of this bill is that we also were seeing starting in 21 and 22 and 23, a large number they were removing the seats out of Ford F-250 stolen out of Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. They were taking them down to the border. They were filling one of the trucks up with illegal aliens that they were trafficking and human smuggling activities, but then they'd have another car filled with drugs. And when law enforcement engaged, tried to stop the car with the drugs, they would actually sacrifice the cars with all the illegal aliens. And cannot tell you how many times we had cars actually go off into rural ranch areas and flip on the roads and harming the human trafficking. So I really believe that the increased sentencing will be a deterrent. And thank you for having me.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you're right. The main source of income or revenue for the cartels now is human trafficking and extortion. Those two and fuel theft. So they've changed their method of operation, and certainly human trafficking continues to be one of the number one money-producing criminal activities they have.
Yes, sir. And of course, drugs are still making a lot of money for the cartels.
Thank you for taking time to come and testify.
Thank y'all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So the chair sees no one else registered for public testimony. Is there anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1212? Not. Public testimony is closed. We'll hold the bill pending.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
could,
Senator, you're recommended.
there are certain situations where we already make human trafficking a first-degree felony. For example, in Mrs. Wells' case, for example, her daughter was killed. If a person is a child, if a person has a disability, if a deadly weapon was used, or there's serious bodily injury. This bill says that even when a person isn't killed, they live with this the rest of their lives, even if they don't have a disability, even if they're not a child. And that in Texas, this crime is a first-degree felony because all individuals deserve the protection. This addresses the punishment side of it, but it also offers justice in a way that we haven't been for those who live through this. So thank you for your consideration, and I appreciate your support on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Thank you. I'm going to go 872. The chair lays out Senate Bill 872 and recognizes Senator Birdwell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 872 is a refile from last session that passed the Senate 31-0 and the House Jurisprudence Committee unanimously, but didn't make it to the House floor. Under current law, burglary of a vehicle is a Class A misdemeanor, but can range, up to a third-degree felony, depending on various factors, including the criminal's history and type of vehicle. The only penalty enhancement in which specific items are taken in that burglary is the wholesale distributor of prescription drugs with the intent to steal such a controlled substance, which is a third-degree felony. As a result, there is no penalty difference for someone who burglarizes a vehicle and steals de minimis items versus someone who steals a firearm out of that vehicle. Over the past decade, there have been an increasing trend of firearm thefts from vehicles throughout the nation, and according to FBI data, the rate of gun thefts from cars is triple what it was a decade ago. As a matter of fact, in the city of Houston, they've reported over 3,000, in 2022, they reported over 3,000 firearm thefts from vehicles in 2022 alone. It's a dangerous trend that can have certainly deadly consequences. An example, in Tarrant County, there have been instances where an individual or police officer has caught someone breaking into their vehicle, and after the suspect is arrested and the gun recovered, police learned that the firearm came out of another burglary of an automobile. Texas needs to fill this dangerous gap and protect its citizens and its law enforcement officers. SB 872 seeks to address this issue by adding theft of a firearm during the burglary of a vehicle as a third-degree felony. I would ask your favorable consideration, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any questions? Members, any questions? The chair will now open for invited testimony. There is no one registered for invited testimony. Invited testimony is closed. Chair now for public testimony. There is no one registered for public testimony. Is anyone here wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 872? Hearing none, public testimony is closed and we'll hold the bill pending. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1199. Recognizes Senator Birdwell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, another refile from last session, passed the Senate 28-3, but didn't get a hearing in the House. Members, under current law, when an inmate dies while in the custody of law enforcement, an investigation is launched and conducted by an outside law enforcement agency to determine the inmate's cause of death. For facilities operated by the TDCJ, there are two circumstances where a full investigation is not required. If the individual dies of natural causes while attended by a physician or is lawfully executed. For county jails, every custodial death requires an investigation with no exceptions. However, there are instances when an inmate's death does not indicate wrongdoing, nor does it fall within the two exceptions for TDCJ facilities. Unexpected or natural deaths such as cardiac arrest or cancer can and do occur, but should not require a full-scale criminal investigation. Historically, the Texas Rangers have been the enforcement agency primarily responsible for investigating custodial deaths of inmates. In 2017, the Texas legislature amended the law to require the Texas Commission on Jail Standards to appoint a law enforcement agency other than the one that operates the county jail to investigate the death of an inmate who dies in a county jail. Between January of 2019 and January of 2024, the Texas Rangers investigated a total of 733 custodial deaths. Of those 733 custodial deaths, 292 were deaths determined by medical professionals to be a result of natural causes. This totaled approximately 10,220 hours of casework on the 292 custodial deaths that were determined to be natural causes. SB 1199 seeks to reform the regulations regarding custodial deaths of inmates in county jails by removing the automatic requirement for an outside agency investigation for deaths of natural causes. It's important to note that the cause of death must still be determined by a physician during an autopsy or examination of the deceased. It is equally important to note that just because it would not be a requirement, a law enforcement agency may still conduct or by virtue of its request to have an investigation. This bill would maintain that option for local law enforcement agencies to request a full-scale investigation while also alleviating the increased workload on the DPS's Texas Rangers Division. This bill would also more closely align custodial deaths by natural causes in county jails with the natural causes exceptions applied in TDCJ facilities. With that, Mr. Chairman and members, I would ask your favorable consideration.
Members, any questions? If not, the chair now opens the floor for invited testimony. The chair calls Brandon Wood. Brandon Wood. Good morning. For the record, your name, who you represent, and you begin your invited testimony.
Brandon Wood, Executive Director, Texas Commission on Jail Standards. I am available to answer any questions that you may have, impact, or current approach in regards to death and custody investigations.
Members, do you have any questions? Any questions? No questions, and thank you very much for taking the time to be here. We may think of something later, but so, especially Senator Birdwell, he'll think of something later. See, no one else registered for invited testimony. Invited testimony is now closed. Chair now open for public testimony. The chair calls Kathy Mitchell, Nan Terry, Ryan Price, and Becky DeLon. Kathy Mitchell, Nan Terry, Ryan Price, and Becky DeLon. Or I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you for being here. We'll begin on my right, and we need to state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
My name is Kathy Mitchell. I'm with an organization called Equity Action, and we oppose the bill. I'm here because Texas passed an important law, you've just heard about it, in 2017 requiring independent investigation of jail deaths. Why? Because every death in custody, including deaths by natural causes, may well be attributable to the action or inaction of the state, and it is our responsibility to do better. That law has not been enforced, but the Texas Commission on Jail Standards has recently announced that it will start to do so. Government Code 511-021 was passed to ensure that in-custody death investigations are independent, unbiased, and objective, something the public can trust and that policymakers can trust. I want to read into the record words of Darren Yancey from Tarrant County, the family member of someone who recently died in the Tarrant County Jail. My brother, Mason Yancey, died in Tarrant County Jail December 27, 2024. Mason Yancey was an in-custody inmate death number 9 in 2024. By comparison, Harris County had 10 in-custody deaths with over double the inmate population. Harris County is non-compliant per the Jail Commission. Mason Yancey was a diabetic. It is our family's position that he was having medical issues related to diabetes when he was arrested. According to conversations with his mother on the 24th and the 25th, he received insulin shots. They cannot confirm if he received any more in the 2 remaining days of his life. Several inmates have been able to reach the Yanceys and provide a story of mistreatment of Mason in the Tarrant County Jail. These statements are in contradiction to the glowing reports provided by Sheriff Wayburn of Mason's care that he eventually died from at the age of 31. It is likely that Mason Yancey's death would be attributed to natural causes.
Thank you for your testimony. You proceed. Y'all would move the mics close to you when you speak, so there's some of us need to, we want to hear every word you say.
Thank you. Good morning, committee chairman and members. I am Nan Terry, a resident of Tarrant County. I was born in Midland, and I am a Baylor graduate. I am opposed to this bill. Do you know how many natural deaths occur? Over 85% of deaths in Tarrant County custody are considered natural. Many natural deaths can stem directly from events or failures in the jail's provision of care. Excluding such deaths would eliminate crucial accountability. For example, diabetic ketoacidosis is a life-threatening complication of untreated type 1 diabetes and can develop if a patient does not receive necessary insulin. My hope is that as Texas investigates deaths in custody, we can prevent future deaths in custody. I want to speak about 4 deaths in the custody of Tarrant County Jail. The first 2 deaths I mentioned were deemed not only natural, but the county government found it was in the best interest of the county to settle the lawsuits. Georgia K. Baldwin died in the jail from dehydration. She was so mentally ill that she didn't know to drink in her cell. Havanti Myers died of a seizure. Was he given his medicine to prevent the seizures? I don't know. Forward Star Telegram reports that Kimberly Phillips died on February 18th of this year. Her family says she died of starvation. As of Sunday night, the autopsy reports were pending. 69 days, no cause of death. None of these individuals were convicted of a crime for their detention in the Tarrant County Jail. Are you okay with waiting a month or longer to begin investigations while waiting for the ME's office? Justice will not be served with waiting until the autopsy reports indicate a manner or a cause of death. This will not be justice. We owe it to our families, these persons who died in Texas, and Texans to have timely investigations of all deaths, including natural deaths. Another example is Harold Roberts, who died within a few days of being sent back to jail. But now there's a criminal investigation underway under his death, but he was a natural death. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ryan Price. I'm the senior pastor of Broadway Baptist Church in Fort Worth, where we have been working to reduce the disproportionate number of jail deaths in the Tarrant County Jail for several years. I'm here to speak in opposition to SB 1199 and its intent to alter the Sandra Bland Act and exclude in-custody deaths ruled natural cause from the mandatory requirement of outside agency investigation. I give 2 reasons. The first is Robert Miller, who was a mentally ill, homeless person who died within hours of incarceration in the Tarrant County Jail in 2019. The cause and manner of his death were originally ruled natural due to sickle cell, but later it was revealed that Mr. Miller had been beaten and pepper sprayed in a fight with detention officers immediately prior to his death. This was no doubt the primary contributing factor to his demise. The other reason is Georgia Baldwin, who died from dehydration in Tarrant County Jail after being detained following a severe mental health episode. Tarrant County also classified her death as natural, but Ms. Baldwin's family subsequently sued the county, alleging detention officers neglected Ms. Baldwin's obvious mental health impairments which precluded her from making use of a water fountain located in her cell. Tarrant County later offered Miss Baldwin's family $750,000 to settle the case. These deaths should not be considered matters of natural cause, but rather tragic effects. They are the tragic effects of violence and neglect in our county jail and perhaps yours. I implore the committee to oppose this bill and uphold the integrity of the Sandra Bland Act as it was originally intended and passed.
Thank you for your testimony. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Becky DeLon, and I'm a member of the Social Justice Committee in Tarrant County and Broadway Baptist Church. I'm here to speak against Senate Bill 1199. As per data gathered from Texas Commission on Jail Standards and analyzed by the Texas Jail Project, in 437 deaths out of 887 reported custody deaths in our jails between 2017 and April of this year, the manner of death was natural. That's nearly 50% of the deaths, which would not go under investigation. One of those deaths was Javante Myers, a 28-year-old who died in Tarrant County in 2020. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office concluded that Mr. Myers died from a natural cause, a seizure disorder. However, an independent review of Mr. Myers' death by the Texas Rangers found that 2 jail guards lied more than 20 times about checking on Mr. Myers and falsified records to cover up their deceit. Because the jail guards failed to perform the required routine checks on Mr. Myers, he lay dead for hours before being discovered. If this bill were to pass, custody deaths of people like Mr. Myers would go uninvestigated. I believe this bill is attempting to put the cart before the horse. How do you know something's natural unless it's investigated? It's important to start investigations in custody deaths as soon as they occur and not to lose valuable evidence. Please remember that a large majority of these deaths were people who were pre-trial, legally innocent. We owe it to their families, loved ones, and communities to ensure proper and thorough investigations. I strongly urge this committee to vote no on SB 1199.
Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
No questions, members? Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all for being here.
The chair now calls Josh Lucas, Nikki Llewellyn, and Kirsten Budwine. Josh Lucas, Nikki Llewellyn, and Kirsten Budwine. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
We'll begin on my right, and state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to echo all the sentiments my friends.
Can you move the mic closer to you?
Yeah, I want to echo the sentiments all my friends just stated. My name is Josh Lucas. I am from Fort Worth, and I'm against this bill. I think it's important to reiterate the Sandra Bland Act and how it came to pass. And read criminal negligence under the Texas Penal Code. Person commits an offense if he causes the death of an individual by criminal negligence. And an offense under this section is a state jail felony. Since 2017, there's been over 71 deaths in the Tarrant County Jail. Many of these were considered to be natural, and there's only one of them that's been ruled a homicide. Which was Anthony Johnson Jr. He was pepper sprayed in the mouth, and then he was sat on while he was handcuffed, and the homicide was due to chemical and mechanical asphyxiation under the medical examiner's review. This is the only medical examiner review that deemed any of these deaths a homicide. However, there was another gentleman who died after being pepper sprayed, and this was Robert Miller, and he was deemed to die because of sickle cell anemia. He didn't have the disease; he only had the trait. And for me, that's very upsetting as a citizen of Fort Worth who grew up and was born and raised there. And
I think it has implications that I'm not okay with. And so the investigation of this death that was done by the Texas Rangers, that gentleman ended up working for the sheriff in our county after he did the investigation, and he asked the people to give a summative review. He didn't even want to look at the evidence. And so I think we need to follow the Sandra Bland Act, which has recently been shown that we're out of compliance with, to have an independent review of our
Thank
deaths.
you for your testimony. Ma'am?
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nikki Llewellyn, and I serve as a policy and advocacy strategist with the ACLU of Texas. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on SB 1199. Concerns we have with this bill is the lack of transparency it would provide in county jail deaths and the absence of accountability that may have contributed to these deaths, particularly those ruled as natural causes. Independent investigations of county jail deaths are a crucial factor when it comes to identifying serious problems in county jails, such as medical neglect, failure to follow state-mandated protocols for people with serious mental illness and other disabilities, and in cases where staff misconduct may have played a role in someone's death. As a person who has worked with families who's lost their loved ones in Harris County Jail, it's very devastating to see families deal with not only the grief of losing their loved ones, but the trauma that comes with not knowing what happened to them. Independent investigations are proven to be a critical tool to help lawmakers, sheriffs, and community members identify preventable deaths and reveal jail conditions that contributed to a person's death. If passed, this bill would erode trust, reduce oversight, and cause further harm to grieving families. As Texans, we all have a shared responsibility to uphold dignity, accountability, and justice in our criminal legal system. Committee, when you vote on this bill, I would like you to consider the profound impact it would have not only on the criminal legal system, but on human lives. So for this reason, I ask you to please vote no on SB 1199. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Kirsten Budwine. I'm a policy attorney with the Texas Civil Rights Project here in opposition to SB 1199. The summer before I began attending my alma mater, Prairie View A&M University, I vividly remember watching the video of a police officer pointing a taser at Sandra Bland's face and threatening, "I will light you up." He then dragged her out of her car, all because she did not put out her cigarette. This happened just outside of the gates of our university. Then 3 days later, she was found dead in the Waller County Jail. For me and for many students at Prairie View A&M, Ms. Bland was never just a headline. She was one of us. A fellow Panther, a Prairie View A&M University alumna. Her death wasn't distant or abstract, it was personal. It was a trauma that still echoes through those of us who saw ourselves in her story. The bill that creates the law being discussed today, SB 1849, also known as the Sandra Bland Act, was introduced in direct response to her tragic and entirely preventable arrest and in-custody death. Its author, former Senator Whitmire, stated that the bill's purpose was to improve and correct Texas's criminal justice system to make it better for both law enforcement and the public and prevent future tragedies like Sandra Bland's. But despite that intent, since Ms. Bland's death in 2015, in-custody deaths across Texas jails have continued to rise. Awaiting trial in jail should never be a death sentence, yet too often that's exactly what it becomes. We should be putting our energy into preventing these deaths and pushing for greater transparency and stronger independent investigations, not weakening oversight by carving out exceptions like so-called natural deaths. Every single in-custody jail death deserves scrutiny, accountability, and respect for the life lost. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you all very much for being here. The chair sees no more witnesses signed up for public testimony.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Burke.
Can I have the resource witness back if that's possible?
Okay. Mr. Wood, come back.
I think it's Mr. Wood, yeah.
Again, for the record, your name, who you represent, and Senator Byrd you're recognized.
Brandon Wood, Executive Director, Texas Commission on Jail Standards.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Yes, sir.
You've heard the testimony. You understand. Excuse me. You understand the intent of my bill is to save time for our Texas Rangers that may not be necessary based upon natural death determinations. But in hearing the testimony, is there any adjustment you would make in the bill? Is there any quantification, any adjustment that would help alleviate concerns of the witnesses and still save time for the Rangers? Is there a delineation I can make that alleviates the concerns but helps save the Rangers time?
I believe that we could.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone, Brandon?
Yes, sir.
Thank
I believe
you, sir.
that we could review some of the options that are available. I know that we have worked with your staff and tried to find some solutions that might be available. Also understand the concerns in regards to death in custodies versus death at the county jail and the difference that may have an impact on in regards to these investigations. We can continue to explore those and see if we can find some language that would help alleviate some of the concerns. I understand the resources in regards to limitations, number of rangers that are available, because they do conduct an overwhelming majority of these in-custody death investigations. I believe most of the sheriff's offices and the public at large have great faith in their abilities, and they do feel comfortable when they are the outside law enforcement agency conducting these investigations. But I also understand the strain on resources, and that has been one of the challenges that we've been trying to address. And if we can continue to try to explore some of these options that may be available, whether it be to identify additional outside law enforcement agencies and not strictly the Rangers to conduct these, in an effort to ensure that these in-custody deaths are investigated so that transparency and confidence is maintained in the criminal justice system, then we can most definitely continue to try to find those options and work with you and your staff.
Okay. Obviously, the testimony was primarily anchored in Tarrant County. Are the obviously as a matter of proportionality, our larger counties are going to have the greater propensities. How many investigations, if you know the answer, how many investigations occur in our more rural counties that are, I would use the 150,000 or less? How often are Rangers in those counties engaged in custody deaths?
So we normally see almost all of the rural counties utilizing the Texas Rangers just due to the fact that they may not have qualified investigators available, either at a neighboring sheriff's office or municipal police department. So the Rangers do conduct these death in custody investigations almost exclusively in counties other than the Big Five: Dallas, Tarrant, Harris, Bexar, Travis. So they are the ones that are carrying the load in regards to these death in custody investigations across the state of Texas. Your metropolitan counties are the ones in which you do see a higher number of death in custodies due to per capita and population that is at the county jails. And the Rangers have been strained, but they have worked on some that are very obviously not natural cause deaths, such as suicides or homicides. A death in custody resulting from a use of force is almost exclusively handled by the Rangers, even in the Big Five. So I believe that there are options that we can continue to try to find and potentially assist in working up language that can alleviate some of the concerns that some of the testimony that has been brought forward this morning, and also assist in reducing that load that the Rangers do have to carry.
Okay. I would look forward to you working with me and my team, Shelby and I, to see if we can come up with a committee sub that can make a quantification here or a delineation in some way that we get the results citizens want and some of the relief that the Rangers need.
Yes, sir.
We'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really just kind of more of a comment on the bill in general, and I very much appreciate the testimony that was given this morning. Also, just wanted to say that, you know, our jails, our county jails, and our municipal jails, although there aren't a whole lot of those left anymore. But they really have a difficult situation because they have, take Tarrant County, it has hundreds of prisoners going in and out weekly, if not sometimes daily. And everyone that comes in has unknown medical conditions. And a lot of times it's mental health oriented, a lot of times it's physical health oriented, a lot of times it's both. And then you also have probably the majority of people coming in that have substance abuse issues, and their bodies have been not treated well throughout much of their life, and so they come in with health issues related to that. And so they have a very, very difficult job. And every natural death in a jail is a tragedy, but at the same time, it is a very, very difficult situation for those sheriffs to deal with. And they don't, when someone's brought in by often intoxicated or under substance or violent, they have no idea what that person's medical history is, and you can't reason with them. And yes, they do end up in struggles with them and fights with them and restraining them and everything else. And so it is just, the other side of this is, and again, every death is a tremendous tragedy, but the other side of this is that those folks work in those jails, and some do wrong things, don't get me wrong, but most of the vast majority of them are always trying to do the right thing, and they have an incredibly difficult job to do from the health standpoint, but based on the populations that they have to deal with, and the fact that literally hundreds a week and sometimes hundreds a day going in and out of those jails, and it is a tough situation. And so we always need to remember what they're dealing with as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you, Senator.
Senator Hinojosa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess it is a tough situation, but at the same time, we had situations when an inmate allegedly died by natural causes while in custody, and actually turned out not to be true. So trying to refine the language, as Senator Birdwell, I think, to address some of the concerns that have been expressed by some of the witnesses is very much needed. And I understand Senator King's issues that our jail system, they process many people, some with different health issues and health challenges. So it's not an easy issue to deal with. And the public in general probably feels much better when there is an outside investigation like the Texas Rangers. And I understand the resource issue, but it is a really important public issue that we need to make sure we get it right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to, we'll work together, see if I can bring a committee sub back to the committee.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone here present that wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1199? If hearing none, public testimony is closed. We'll leave the bill pending. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1573. Recognizes Senator Birdwell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, under current Texas law, there is no statewide standard on how alleged peace officer misconduct must be handled when it comes to their testimony in criminal proceedings. Prosecutors often receive information from law enforcement agencies about alleged officer misconduct, including allegations that have not been substantiated. This information can be used to challenge an officer's credibility in court, even if the misconduct was never proven or still under dispute. Peace officers do not have a meaningful way to challenge these allegations or clear their name if an allegation was false, unproven, or resolved. This lack of clarity can result in officers being labeled as not credible based on unsubstantiated or unresolved allegations, and this can harm their professional reputation, limit their assignments, advancement, and even job results. The current process lacks a due process standard protection for peace officers, as there's no guaranteed way for them to challenge or appeal the prosecutor's decision to label them not credible. SB 1573 creates a formal process for officers to challenge misconduct reports or determinations that they are not credible by filing a petition in a district court in the county where the law enforcement agency is located. This bill will prohibit law enforcement agencies from giving prosecutors information about alleged misconduct unless it has been finally adjudicated as sustained and proven. Additionally, the bill prevents prosecutors from considering unsubstantiated allegations when determining if an officer is not credible to testify in a criminal proceeding or for inclusion on the Brady list. Furthermore, SB 1573 gives an officer the right to challenge and clear their name through a district court hearing where the court must decide by a preponderance of evidence whether the alleged misconduct actually occurred. Members, what the Brady list is for those of you that, I know Senator King, you're very familiar with it, having been a law enforcement officer, Judge Senator Huffman as well. The Brady list, an individual can be placed on the Brady list similarly to the way a family member can be placed on the central registry by an interaction with DFPS, but there's no mechanism to get off the registry. You may not even know you're on it. So what my bill does is afford law enforcement the ability to have a due process standard before a district court to be able to, based upon unsubstantiated or not founded allegations, have the ability to come off that Brady list. In the same way, we wouldn't want to get put on a DFPS list on the central registry or the no-fly list without the ability to get off. My bill puts that mechanism in place, and I would ask your favorable consideration.
So I have some questions to ask you on
Sure,
this. So
sure.
Brady is intended, so these are officers that have been found to have falsified their report. You're not talking about ones that have been found to be guilty of falsifying, because the power of a peace officer is based on their word and oath and affirmation. I mean, a lot of depriving people of their liberty, making arrests, oath and affirmation is important. So if you've been found, you've been disciplined, as someone who's done this. If I had anybody who was disciplined for, falsifying documents, for lying, for untruthfulness, and found to, we must report them to Brady. Of course, I wouldn't retain any officer that I was found as Brady working for us, because that's their oath and affirmation. That's sacred. That's something that's the total power of an officer. You don't want a liar out there.
That's correct.
To deprive people of their
integrity is first, or not at all.
So we're not talking about those that have been
substantiated. Right.
So
we're not talking about
the
those
unsubstantiated. That's a different. That we're talking apples and oranges here.
Right. We're talking unsubstantiated.
So we're talking unsubstantiated. We're not talking about someone who's been duly found to be,
that is correct.
A liar.
That is correct.
Who falsifies, who makes false statements, but rather someone who's been accused of it, but not found to be not founded, not sustained. That wouldn't be considered. Is that what my understanding your legislation?
That is correct.
Okay. Senator Huffman, do you have?
Yeah, it's kind of complicated. So, I guess what I'm looking at, I'm trying to figure out. So, you're saying that law enforcement can't tell the prosecutor about some type of allegation unless it's finally adjudicated, right? But then, is that correct? I mean, that's
yes, that's correct.
But I'm thinking about like regular discovery rules, where, and I think I have a bill that trying to clean up the escape. I think that's having a very slow death over in the House. But anyway, that's another story. We won't go there.
It's a common one.
It's strangling, dying. But so my point is that the knowledge then is imputed to the prosecutor whether they know it or not at this point. So I'm not sure. I understand what you're saying, and I'm very sympathetic to everyone. I get it. You don't want to be accused of something and then your name being impugned and you didn't have a chance and so forth. We understand that. But I think practically speaking, and maybe we can hear from a prosecutor if someone's here, but practically speaking, I think the prosecutors are going to be under the Heath and other decisions are going to be impugned. Like even though they don't know it, they're going to, it's just going to be assumed that they know it. They're going to be, penalized. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying it well, but so I don't know how this would work unless there were other fixes in the law. But maybe some of the invited testimony can.
Maybe we can get more clarity.
Well, I know that I've got resource witnesses here from both TMPA and the Sheriff's Association.
Yeah, and then my other question was when you said it could be brought, an appeal like to a district court. Could that be is that a criminal district court or a civil district court? Because in some of the counties, like
it would be in their district. It would be in the district court of jurisdiction. Now, there's certainly, if we need to make that delineation in those larger counties that have.
Yeah, that was my concern.
Where this example would, where this came to my attention, I've got an officer that, and the sheriff could not be here today. I tried to get my sheriff out of Bosque County here today, but we couldn't make that. Sheriff Hendricks couldn't make that work today. But he has a deputy placed on the list in Hill County, not substantiated. Hill County making the officer unemployable in Hill County, performing exceedingly well in Bosque County, and because both, like Hill County is its own standalone, there's one district court, the 66th District Court in Hill, civil, criminal, everything. Whereas in other counties, you may have, the larger counties, the Tarrants,
Right.
you have civil, family,
Yes.
even veterans, you have.
Right.
So I'd be more than happy to entertain your wisdom here, Judge,
Yeah.
Senator, on how to.
I think you'd have to give some clarification to the larger counties, because if not, I could see a judge.
Because it is a
not
civil
knowing-
standard. I use a civil standard
Right.
of preponderance of the evidence because it's a civil proceeding. So I would
Yeah.
think civil court
So a
would be the
civil
better.
court. But then, you'd have to think about how, who would represent the officer, like who's going to do that, I mean, is the officer going to hire someone? Are they, the association's going to pay for it? But, and then I could see a judge looking at this and going, what is this? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Trying to get it scheduled and docketed in Harris County would be a little bit of a nightmare. Anyway, I'm just giving you some practical issues.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Well, that's what the hearing's for.
Yes, sir.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess along the same line of questioning, it seems to me that this bill will get around the Brady versus Maryland ruling by the United States Supreme Court, where the prosecutor has to turn over whatever evidence they may have on a police officer, number one. Number two, it's taking away the discretion from the prosecutor who's prosecuting a criminal case whether or not to use that evidence. And to me, it is very important that we don't take that discretion or ability of the prosecutor to make the decision on the strength of the case. That is very, very important. Then the administrative problems that would cause for the district attorney's office. They would have their hands full with a whole bunch of cases they need to prosecute. All right, and now we're going to place an additional administrative burden on them and trying to deal with the issue. And then the other issue is timing. When will this be done? It's going to be a separate lawsuit. It's going to be done during the actual criminal trial when the issue comes up.
Well, I've taken the notes to both Senator Huffman and to your concerns, Senator, because the bill may be a bit too broad for what I'm trying to fix, because what I'm trying to deal with is an officer that had an unsubstantiated claim, not trying to impact trial operations. But how do I get off right now, there's no mechanism for an officer that's placed on a list at the discretion of the prosecutor to be able to get off it, in the same way that a DFPS employee can place somebody on the central registry and there's no ability to get off. There's no process mechanism to do so. So that's what I'm trying to put in place, purpose of the hearing. So let me take y'all's comments. I certainly want to have TMPA and the Sheriff's Association provide additional testimony, if we may, Mr. Chairman, so that I can
Just one
take the
more point.
appropriate notes.
And I think that the law enforcement has two different files, one for allegations being substantiated and one that have not. But I just don't want to take away the prosecution's.
Right, and I certainly, again, that's what, like I told the chairman, this is not to impact those that have been substantiated and determined that way, but those that are unsubstantiated, what's that mechanism to reach a ruling of either substantiated or determined to not be valid?
Okay, the key is the credibility of the witness, that the prosecutor has to make the decision.
Right, Thank you, Senator, I appreciate it.
And I would just add, I think, Senator Hosa, would you agree with me that even under Brady, even if there was just an allegation, but it was out there, that the prosecutor still needs to know about it? Because I think that still has to be, I believe in most instances, provided to the defense. I think that's part of the due process, that should be allowed the accused.
Well, one of my best
Especially if it's not adjudicated, because then it might be true.
yeah.
Which,
One of my best prosecutors is here on another bill, so I'll be happy to consult with him to help work this out. So,
anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? So the chair now opens up for invited testimony. Chair calls Sheriff Brian Hawthorne. Sheriff Brian Hawthorne. Good morning, Sheriff.
Chairman, how are you?
Very well.
I hoped I was going to follow the other three, but that's okay.
Good to see you. Good to see your name, who you represent, and you may begin your testimony.
I'm Sheriff Brian Hawthorne. I'm the Sheriff of Chambers County, and I'm here also on behalf of the Sheriff's Association of Texas. So the Sheriff's Association of Texas fully agrees it's all about our integrity, and the integrity has got to be there in the officer in every case. The reason I'm before you is mostly on behalf of our West Texas sheriffs and our smaller rural county sheriffs, where sometimes the Brady list is more than just an integrity issue. Sometimes it becomes a political issue, where they may have sponsored or supported the wrong person in a political district attorney or county attorney's race, and small items become a Brady issue. So fortunately, where I'm at, my district attorney's in the room here, and we don't have those issues, all right? And I think a lot of it has to do with the internal aspect of a sheriff's office. So where you have good internal affairs, you have good internal investigations and processes, those things work themselves out. You move into West Texas, where the sheriff's office may only be 8 or 10 people. They don't have anybody that is actually trained in IA investigations, and the district attorney or the county attorney or whoever the prosecutor is identifies that there may be some kind of a Brady issue. Well, we realize that everything needs to be turned over to the defense. Whether it's if there's a Brady issue, the prosecutor needs to obviously be aware of it, needs to be turned over to defense. The sheriffs have pushed to the association that their concern is that in our smaller cities and our smaller counties, once you get put on that Brady list, there's no way to ever come off of it. And it may have been something that was accidental. It may not have been an integrity issue. It may have looked like an integrity issue, but it may not have. He may have inadvertently made a serious mistake that looked like a Brady issue, and there is no way for him to redeem himself because there's no form, policy, or procedure in which to lay out the case. And many times the district attorney or county attorney won't even meet with the officer to try and figure out how to get off that list. So I fully understand it, and I've seen them myself where I've had officers have could have been looked like a Brady issue until we got involved in it with an internal affairs aspect, and we realized that what they did, they either didn't realize what they did, or they just did it inadvertently by mistake. And it wasn't an integrity issue, but it could have easily been construed as an integrity issue had it not been caught by us and ended up in the DA's office. So that's kind of it. I'll take any questions. I'm sure that TMPA and CLEAT will have a lot more, but I'll do anything I can to try and clarify how the sheriffs see it from, we don't see it, Madam Chair, much in the big cities and the big district attorney's offices. Right. It's primarily in rural Texas that we deal with it.
Senator Huffman?
Well, that's refreshing because usually it's Harris County, right? So I'm just trying to brainstorm on the fly here, but maybe like if we said, I understand the need to and the desire to get off the list, and especially if it's political and so forth. But I'm thinking if you set up maybe something through TCOL that kind of acted like as a mediator sort of, where they could bring a complaint forward, and then TCO could sort of mediate between the district attorney and the officer or something like that, where there's kind of an independent person. It's just bringing the courts into it, I think, is going to be problematic. Something like that. I don't know, maybe.
So we don't disagree.
An administrative hearing as opposed to a judicial
correct.
hearing.
So we would have no problem. From a sheriff's perspective, we just want a due process. It doesn't matter. It could be SOA. It could be county court at law. We have no preference. We just are interested in having a due process system in which if a man or woman truly felt that it was not an integrity issue and it was clearly accidental or mistaken, that, and using the Hill County example, so you may get put on the Brady list in one county, For example, if you're on the Brady list in my county, I will not hire you. So if you get put on the Brady list, I'm going to gracefully send you down the road, right? I need every deputy and every detective that works for me. I need my prosecutors to know that he's a good, honest man or woman that gets on that stand for them. So, but they may try and go get a job in another county. Well, obviously, that prosecutor has an obligation to let the defense and that other prosecutor know, hey, he's on my Brady list. You know, make sure you don't get yourself in a bind trying to try that case. Well, these officers would like to at least have the ability, if they do get hired by another agency, to be able to get on the stand in that other county and say, that is true, I did get put on that Brady list, but there was a SOA hearing and I was exonerated.
Right.
I think that's what they're looking for.
And I think, there's still have to be disclosed by the prosecutors, but then there would be, an explanation of, what had happened and how it had been resolved.
Correct.
And so forth. So, I mean, maybe you could set up something like that. That's just the thought, because it would give the officer an opportunity to be heard, which is really what they want, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm taking notes, sis.
Just my idea. It's worth, kind of late in the session, but still my idea.
I know.
Thank you. Any other questions for the sheriff?
And we'll help you on your bill.
Okay. Counting on you. Counting on those sheriffs.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Chairman. I appreciate you.
Is there any other invited testimony? Chair sees no other invited testimony on Senate Bill 1573. Invited testimony is now closed. Chair now opens for public testimony. Chair calls John Wilkerson, Ralph Piper, Jennifer Zemansky, and Kathy Mitchell. John Wilkerson, Ralph Piper, Jennifer Szymanski, and Kathy Mitchell. So we'll begin on my right. If you state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Jennifer Szymanski, Deputy Executive Director for CLEAT, the Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas. We are here in support of SB 1573. I'm going to change my testimony here based on what's already been said. Thank you to the Senator for filing this. We had this bill filed last session in the House by Representative Cody Harris. He's refiled that. However, our version of the bill does have SOA as the remedy for this. That's our preference. However, we're happy with any form of due process, and we're grateful for this bill. The clerk handed out a letter from an Austin police officer who was a victim of this process, or the lack thereof, I guess I should say. A very good officer who was unable to be here today. Luckily, he is still employed. I would say that this is not just an issue in rural areas, it's an issue everywhere. A few important conversations I've had on this bill were with the district attorney in Harris County, which is actually one of the few, maybe only, counties that does have some form of due process for their Brady list. I spoke to the district attorney, or the former district attorney, Kim Ogg, about this at length ahead of this session, looking for some maybe better language, because we had this bill filed last session, again, held up in committee. I agree it's very complicated, but she had some great ideas, worked really hard on a policy when she was first elected that was implemented, that does involve due process, involving an in-camera review or an inspection by the judge for these types of allegations, especially the ones that were maybe unfounded at some point, but were still there. And that process has taken place in Harris and in Travis County that I know of. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for having me. My name is Ralph Piper. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 1573. I am a police officer and have been a certified police officer in the state of Texas for 20 years. In 2016, I was charged with a crime I didn't commit. I was targeted by a prosecutor for unknown reasons. I still don't know what those reasons are. But I was charged, and you live by the sword, you die by the sword. I went through the process. I went to trial. I was acquitted by a jury of my peers. And consequently, the charges were expunged, done away with. And in that process, I was obviously placed on a Brady list while those charges were active, and I have no problem with that. However, after being acquitted and the charges expunged, I went back to my department, civil service, and anticipated going back to work. And I was told that the district attorney of my county had a meeting with the city and the department, and essentially said that he was reiterating the Brady list. His reasoning was that I did not take the stand on my own in my own defense. I followed the advice of my attorney, which I believe you would all say is probably a wise move. There was no evidence to dispute in my trial. There was no evidence presented to my guilt. My attorneys advised me not to testify, and I followed that advice. As a result, I was placed on the list, and to this day, there's nothing I can do to get off.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
My name is Kathy Mitchell with Equity Action, and I'm here today mostly to focus on the term unfounded. I think there's been a lot of really good discussion on the dais kind of getting at this. Administrative processes within departments vary widely. And at the first level, it's important to know that many things are simply not investigated for lots of internal reasons, sometimes for civil service reasons. I have used an example. There was a report by an independent investigating group that was brought into Austin, and they reviewed body camera footage. In that review, they identified cases where they believed that the officer had charged people to cover up excessive force. Now, those were actually real body camera footage and real people who experienced a real thing. To my knowledge, none of that was investigated. It all was seen and looked at after the investigation process could have produced discipline thanks to civil service rules. And so the reasoning for not investigating those cases was really because there was no process by which those officers could be disciplined under the law. And so it's highly unlikely that those investigations proceeded. Now, would that be Brady material? Had an officer in fact done that? Now again, without an investigation, we don't know if what that independent group saw was in fact an officer being untrustworthy with respect to a criminal charge. It might have been, and we need a process by which we can ensure that that kind of information goes to the DA.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning, committee members. Mr. Chairman, always a pleasure to visit with you. My name is John Wilkerson. I'm with the Texas Municipal Police Association. We've been working on this issue for quite some time, and we really want to just say thank you, Senator Birdwell, for picking up the reins and taking us forward. So we're hearing a lot of things. I don't want to recapture or discuss a lot of what's being said here. I hope everybody's picking up on two important things here. One, this list is highly subjective. What gets you on it? Two sessions ago, I watched a prosecutor in another committee hearing on another bill testify that he had put somebody on a list. Luckily, somebody on that panel asked him, well, what would land somebody on that list? And that prosecutor literally said, I don't know. So you've put somebody on a list, and you're testifying that you don't know what would put somebody on that list. A lot of this is highly subjective information. You just heard a man sit next to me. He's on the list because he exercised his constitutional rights. How in the world, what world do we live in where you exercise your constitutional rights and some attorney believes that you should be on a Brady list for it? It does not make sense to me. I know each and every one of you up on the dais, your elected officials. People tell lies on you all the time, do they not? And to take those lies that are being told about you that could potentially end your career because a prosecutor has an opinion, we have to find resolution of this. What that resolution is, whether it's a SOA hearing, I don't know. Can a SOA judge tell a criminal prosecuting attorney what they can and cannot use? I don't know. It's going to take a lot bigger minds than what I have to work through that entire system. And I think there needs to be a lot more discussion on it. And I've got plenty of stories of how this thing has been abused in the past. And if anybody wants to know, I'll be more than happy to share any stories. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Senator Byrd?
Well, go to committee members first, Mr. Chairman. Go to your committee members first, and I'll.
Thank you.
Sure.
Senator Hagenbu?
I'm happy to defer to the older senator, senior senator.
You forgot to say wiser.
No, I didn't forget.
Show Senator Miles.
Mr. Wilkerson.
Shots fired, shots fired. So.
Mr. Wilkerson, your organization represents police officers across the state, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Could you give us some more examples of some of the more significant cases where this has been, officers have been wrongly or you feel egregiously put on this list?
There's one that really resonates with me, comes to mind. Several years back, I had a member call in. We represent about 34,000 officers across the state. And I had an officer call in. He was working for the Palo Pinto County Sheriff's Office. He was a brand new, right out of the academy. He goes to work, he gets trained. That sheriff's office at the time did not have 24/7 coverage. So his training officer told him, hey, our sheriff's policy is if you go home and you get called out after you will go home, it doesn't matter if you're on scene for 20 minutes, you're going to put an hour down on your timesheet. That was standard practice. A lot of organizations do that. So that's what the deputy does. Now, somewhere in between that deputy completing his field training program, either the current sheriff that was there either didn't run again or was beat by another person. And so a new sheriff had come in. So during that pay period, the deputy was called out 3 times one night. The deputy puts 3 hours on his timesheet. The new sheriff comes in, he says, can you explain this to me? It shouldn't take 3 hours to work these things out. So the deputy says, yes, sir, I was trained if I get called out, I put an hour down on my timesheet. Sheriff goes, talks to the field training officer. Did you train this deputy this way? Field training officer says, yes, sir. That's how we were taught. So the sheriff brings the deputy back in and says, I understand you were taught this way. He says, but in my eyes, this is stealing. And he gives him a written counseling form. The prosecutor, new prosecutor also at the time comes in, is about to prosecute one of his cases, pulls his personnel file, sees the sheriff believes he stole from the county, and that deputy went on a Brady list, was terminated, and it took him years to find another job. So the deputy did what he was trained to do. We're not talking about, we get it. If it's a flaw of the heart, you cannot fix that. But flaws of the mind, absolutely can. And to this day, I still don't understand how a prosecutor can rehabilitate a drug-dealing, wife-beating perpetrator and turn them into a good witness, but an officer that did what he was taught to do, trained to do, we're going to end that man's career because he did what he was told to do? Just doesn't make sense to me.
That's a good example. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, sir.
Senator Birdwell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To either you, Mr. Wilkinson, or I did not catch the name initially, but our lady from Cleat. When we tried to put the bill together, part of my concern with the SOA aspect was just kind of like with the Texas Rangers on investigations of natural death in confinement, the time constraints on SOA, because an officer would be competing with everything related to water permits, all the things across the state. SOA is one court for jurisdiction administratively across the totality of the state. So part of the reason for going into the district court structure was, one, you have a judicial officer in SOA. You have a legitimately, law-trained judge, but it's administrative. But diversifying that caseload across the totality of the state where those individuals are living and working or trying to work. Is there in either one of y'all's mind what would be the better compromise? Is there something that either Cleat or is there some other mechanism besides SOA or a district judge to address Senator Huffman's concern? Is there another option we haven't thought through to give this due process standard? Ladies first.
Senator, our belief is that it belongs in SOA. And last session, we actually freed up some SOA time by not sending F5 appeals to SOA. So a lot of time is going to be freed up for them with that. I think this is going to be a lot less. There are going to be much fewer cases with regard to this than that F5 process that I think everyone up here is aware of. So we did that. One of our concerns with district court that I didn't mention was we feel, as the sheriff mentioned, there are some political cases here where you're on there for political reasons. Unfortunately, those political reasons are also going to be an issue at the district court level as well, whereas SOA is more of a third-party independent hearing. So that's kind of our position. Is there another form, not that we've thought of? SOA is always where CLEAT has believed these should go.
Okay. All right. Mr. Wilkinson, any?
Yes, sir. So a couple different things on that. Just thinking about it from the criminal justice system, if there's exculpatory evidence, then it's typically the district judge is going to make the ruling on whether or not that evidence is allowed in the courtroom. So that's kind of the thought process there. To overcome the political aspect of it, I believe the language that came back from Ledge Council changed. The original language mirrored what we see with the DA removal provisions that went into effect last session. So the same concept in there of getting it out of that local politic, that was kind of the thought process on that. And at the end of the day, maybe a simple fix is just say an officer can't be fired if they're on a Brady list, because the Brady list is subjective. If the officer did something that's so egregious, then the department head needs to hold them accountable. And you're hard pressed to find another profession that holds each other accountable like you do with law enforcement. So if the officer did something that is that egregious, then the department head needs to be doing what they should be doing anyways. But that doesn't alleviate the concern, the second part of that concern that Sheriff Hawthorne said, and the sheriff and I would get along great, but he made a comment. He said, if they're on a Brady list, I'm not even going to hire them. So, and I understand why he's taking that standpoint. I do. But how do we get somebody off of that list? And I think that's where we need to be focusing on. Two-part. One, you can't be fired if you're on this list, if there's no mechanism to get off of it, period. And then, but we do also need to be working towards finding a way to get somebody off that list.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hinojosa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, I think there's a difference. They're two separate issues about an officer getting fired because they're on the Brady list. I agree with you. They shouldn't be fired just because they're on the Brady list, because the Brady list serves another purpose. And what our concern has been is creating just an administrative nightmare for the district attorney's office. And where do we go? At what time does the officer challenge being placed on the Brady list? One of the key aspects is that we do not want to take away the discretion of the district attorney's office in deciding whether or not a police officer is credible in the witness stand. And the reality is, when you look at all those issues, there may be politics involved, but we can't deal with all the politics involved in local jurisdictions, because we all know there are and they will exist. So it's a very complicated issue, and it's not just as simple as we take them off. So I think we have had a very good discussion and trying to come up and work out a realistic, practical way to deal with those issues. But the way the bill is written, it's got a lot of issues.
Senator Huffman.
Just a couple of thoughts listening to Mr. Wilkins from TMPA saying about how you get on the list. So I think the problem is twofold. It's how to get off, but it's also who gets on, right? Because once you're on the list, then that has its own issues. So you may look at that too. You know, I don't know if it's possible, but maybe there's some criteria or something to actually get on the list. That doesn't mean that if there's an ongoing allegation and so forth, that it shouldn't still be disclosed to the prosecutor, and who may have to disclose it to the accused. But that would be just something that would be discretionary, how it would be used, whether, you know, the defense wanted to use it to impeach, and, you know, and like you said, Kim Ogg had set up a in-camera kind of process. So there are ways to work through this, But I think the point here from law enforcement is it's not fair without due process to get labeled to be your character to be of a certain, standard without a way to address that. And so I think there's a way to kind of look at this, holistically, like little tougher. How are you going to put someone on the list? How prosecutors use the information, and then what is a good administrative way or some kind of due process way to get you off the list. So I think this is a problem that can be fixed. It's just going to take a little bit of work to address all the issues. And to Sheriff Hawthorne's point about his point that he felt like he would have to hire someone on the list. I can see that perspective in the sense that you only have so many officers or deputies, and they have to be able to go to court to testify if they make an arrest, right? So if they're out there making arrests, but they're not useful in court, then that's an issue. So there's a lot of different sides. But to your point, too, it's not really fair. But
Madam Chair, you hit the nail right on the head. It's not fair. Our members are suffering from it, so let's try to find.
Yeah, let's try to fix this. Thank you for bringing this bill, Senator Burke.
Thank you.
Good discussion. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all for being here. Any more public? Chair calls Shannon Edmonds. Shannon Edmonds. Good morning. For the record, your name, who you represent, position on the bill. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Shannon Edmonds with the Texas District and County Attorneys Association, testifying on the bill. This is something we appreciate Senator bringing it, and this is something that has been an ongoing discussion between prosecutors and law enforcement for the past several years. The solutions that both sides present don't seem to be acceptable to the other. I think two of the things that have come out of this hearing that reflect what prosecutors' concerns are is that this is an employment law issue. So the solution should be employment law related. You can do SOA with F5s when they used to have that because it was an employment law or licensure issue. Brady lists are not statewide. There's no DFPS system like that. I think prosecutors might welcome some additional structure like that, but I don't think our friends in blue like that idea of having a statewide list. And so that's one of the conflicts. They're trying to deal with a ad hoc jurisdiction by jurisdiction issue that works differently. As a matter of fact, a Brady list doesn't even have the same understanding. Does it mean a disclosure list? Does it mean a do not call list? Because it's not really a thing, unlike the DFPS list. So trying to put a one-size-fits-all solution in statute for a problem that varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction is kind of like trying to hit Jell-O with a sledgehammer, right? It keeps squishing out there. You're never going to be able to get it. The concern that prosecutors have is that defendants and crime victims have constitutional rights. Those rights always have to take precedent in a criminal case over any witness's right. And so the fact that we would consider a law that might result in a convicted murderer or rapist or human trafficker's case being overturned because a prosecutor didn't have information or wasn't allowed to share with the defense is something that prosecutors worry about. That's not the solution you want here, but it is what could happen if some of this is put in statute. So we're happy to continue to work with the members to try to find a solution to this, what we think is an employment law issue.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Members?
No.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Shannon.
So there's no one else signed up for public testimony. Is there anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1573? If not, public hearing is closed. We'll hold this bill pending.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And thank you to members for your thoughtful comments and questions. I greatly appreciate it, and to our witnesses as well.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 1723 and recognizes Senator Creighton to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. The success of our previously passed
House Bill 1399 from the 86th session and House Bill 3956 of the 88th have been nothing short of transformative. Just last year, these bills, which require DNA collection from arrestees charged with felony offenses, have helped solve over 1,000 cold cases, removing violent repeat offenders from our streets and ensuring justice for victims and the wrongly accused. These DNA matches have provided invaluable investigative leads, contributing to the resolution of thousands of unresolved cases. But as we've seen, the growing backlog in crime labs is slowing down the momentum we've built, also delaying justice for those who need it most. To address this Senate Bill 1723 establishes a rapid DNA pilot program, which will be deployed in 2 counties selected by the Department of Public Safety. Rapid DNA technology allows for DNA analysis from a simple mouth swab to be completed in just 90 to 120 minutes, as opposed to days or weeks under the current system. This will drastically reduce the strain on our crime labs and speed up the process of identifying potential repeat offenders and violent criminals who are too often allowed to slip through the cracks. Chief Brady Mills from the DPS Crime Lab is here as a resource witness, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Chambers County District Attorney Cheryl Leak and Ashley Spence from the DNA Justice Project for also being here today. We've been working on this for several years now. I'm excited to see what more we can accomplish with this bill as a follow-up to the success of the previous bills I mentioned that we passed in the 86th and the 88th session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
I have a couple.
Senator Huffman.
So, Senator Creighton, is the objective in this legislation, I mean, it's not gathering necessarily the evidence for prosecution, it's more for information, just to get the results?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would be, rapid results testing instead of having to send it off.
So does it take the place of just regular processing that would meet the standards that would be admissible in the court? And maybe we need to bring Shannon Edmonds up here, I'm not sure, but, or does it have all the chain of custody requirements and all the things that would meet the standards for admissibility?
There's no change in the process, Senator Huffman. And yes, we have our DA from Chambers County and others here to answer questions. This is also the process that's allowed and used in Florida and Louisiana now. It's been very successful, and it just speeds up for our potential violent offenders. It speeds up information that would be needed and used quickly, either to release someone that's falsely accused or also to be able to keep someone in custody that is tied into what CODIS would show in a national database for them to be an offender that needs.
So I guess what I'm not asking this well, is it meant to replace the current system that we have with laboratory reviews of DNA evidence, or is it in addition? I'm just asking.
It's in addition.
It's pricey, right? So
it's in addition.
It's quite pricey for 2 counties. It's $6 million. So if we were to do this statewide at some point, but we still have to do all the other DNA, with the issues in forensic labs. I'm just trying to figure out if we're duplicating. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying
I don't
know how much it costs.
I don't believe it's duplicative, and it's not replacing, the current process we have with labs that this is sent off to as well. We'll need to use both, but I think you'll hear from our testimony today the success that we'll find on behalf of victims, and we just have to. As legislators and appropriators, as we do all the time, Madam Chair, and you have the top spot on that for deciding how to use our funds, we have to decide what the value is to solve these crimes quickly and to understand as fast as possible what we're dealing with when we have an offender in custody, and within 90 minutes we can tell if they're tied into other offenses that could save lives or bring justice on behalf of victims, and also ultimately lead to a release of someone that could be wrongly accused.
Sometimes it's
Thank
part
you.
of the story.
Sometimes,
yes.
yeah.
It's part of the story, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any questions? If not, Chair now opens up for Senator Miles. You have a question? Oh. Chair now opens up for invited testimony. The chair calls Cheryl Leak Henry, Brady Mills, and Ashley Spence. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll begin with you for the record. Just your name, who you represent.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Leak Henry, and I'm the District Attorney for Chambers County. And first of all, I'd like to thank Senator Brandon Creighton for bringing this forward and for working with us and being so patient all these years. This has been several sessions since we have been expanding on DNA. First of all, we brought it, like he said, on 1399, and now we've expanded it because of the huge success in the clearance rates that we've had over the past few years. And this is not going to take the place of the DPS lab as far as our courts are concerned. What we're talking about is the collection of DNA in the booking process. And Senator Creighton is absolutely correct. Not only is it going to stop violent offenders in their tracks immediately, but it's also going to eliminate those that were considered suspects, and that because, let's just say that there was DNA collected at a crime scene, and if we have a suspect and that suspect is brought into custody and that DNA is taken, and then in 90 minutes we find out this is not the suspect, it's going to eliminate that person as a suspect and therefore also eliminate putting that person in jail in our already overcrowded jails. So I would definitely defer to Brady Mills, who could talk about further how the DNA lab would implement that as far as trials go. And we are definitely looking at best practices and working with the FBI as well.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Huffman.
So at what point in the process is the sample taken? Is that booking?
At booking, yes, right, with fingerprints and mugshots, yes.
Okay. And is there a consent required or a search warrant?
No.
Okay. So you just take the sample?
Well, and that's what we're doing now with felony arrests. And so
on felony, that was kind of my next
yeah, it's
question.
just
What level of
it's felony arrest. What we did initially, Senator Huffman, was when 1399 was initially passed, it was just 24 enumerated felonies.
Right.
And because of the success of that, I won't get my numbers right. The results immediately were 245 crimes were solved just in the first year.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2023, when we came back with the help of Senator Creighton, House Bill 3956 was passed, and that's when all felonies were included because of the success. And that was 615 crimes were solved in 2023. And in 2024, over 1,000 crimes were solved because we are testing all felonies now.
Okay. So, but I guess my question is, well, one of my questions is, why is this so expensive?
Brady Mills can answer that question. Okay. No, I don't know. To be honest with you, we've actually, we've talked about this a lot, and I think we talked about rapid DNA the last session just briefly. We were more concerned, really, about passing it for all felonies. But I'm hoping first of all, this is for a pilot program, and DPS will pick the 2 counties. And I don't have any preference. I'm just excited that we're actually finally here. I've been working on this for at least 10 years. I'm sorry. Feels like 10 sessions.
Feels like 10 sessions.
But we were talking about how, when and I'm hopeful because, when microwaves came out, they were over $1,000. When VCRs came out, remember how expensive they were.
Big screen TVs.
There you go. Yeah. And now everything has decreased And I'm hoping, because I'm forever hopeful, that eventually it won't cost as much. And plus, we're going to have hopefully some competition in the private sector as well. But it will not take the place of DPS at all, as far as when you're comparing the samples that we would take at the jail to the samples at the crime scene. Of course, for trial, you've got to beyond a reasonable doubt. Right. So we're definitely going to, there would be fail-safes in place.
So you're taking the samples anyway, so you're
Yes.
take that procedural
Yes.
all is established statewide, and that will continue.
Yes.
So the only difference will be a rapid analysis
Right.
rather than a sit-off.
Right.
And so, the point of the rapidness is just that you get an answer faster.
We get an answer faster, a lot of times, of course, the DPS Crime Lab has been amazing, and I know how busy they are. And I'm not just saying that because Mr. Mills is sitting here. I've worked with the Crime Lab for 30 years. But it also will aid in the fact that we'll know that we're on the right track, and it will shorten law enforcement as far as their investigation and their man hours, but also eliminate those people that might be languishing in jail for, let's just say, 6 months or so, waiting on a DNA analysis to come back. So I think it's a win-win.
Well, in most instances, there has to be other probable cause for them, or they're not going to
absolutely
sit there, clearly.
Well,
So,
absolutely, yeah.
So
I mean, it could just be eyewitness identification, or it could be cell phone data or something.
Of
and
course,
then there's DNA at a crime scene and it comes back. Well, they just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. That does happen.
Of course it does, yeah. And the ones so you say the ones that were solved because of the taking of
Yes.
DNA and under current law, those still had, they were connected because the DNA showed up, and it may have cleared a crime where there had been outstanding unknown
It wasn't all cold
donor
cases.
of the DNA.
Right. Not all cold cases,
Yes.
but definitely outstanding
cases
that were not solved, yes.
Okay. So this just, again, I don't mean to be repetitive, but it is, when you start these kind of pilot programs, everybody then wants to do it. So
I understand. I understand.
A statewide. And I'm trying to see the kind of the benefit analysis, other than, it's a quick answer. And when we get to DPS, I'll ask them about who's doing this now. Will they have to contract with vendors? Can they set up, their own lab to accommodate these rapid, because it might be a better investment just to invest in the DPS lab and get them up and running to do it.
And I think,
don't y'all love new things to do?
Well, they have been very gracious when we gave them these felonies to analyze. But I think what it would do essentially is decrease their workload, really, if you think about it, because we're not just sending them everything we have. I mean, if we have something, let's just say we've eliminated a suspect, then we're not going to send that to the crime lab and add it, to their list of things to do. So we're hopeful that would eliminate some work as far as the crime lab as well.
Okay, thanks for answering my question.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Ashley Spence with the DNA Justice Project, and I'm here in support of this legislation. Do not remove the pillow from your face until I'm gone, and do not tell anybody, because if you do, I will be watching you, and I will kill you. These were the haunting last words that my serial rapist said to me on a night that shattered my life forever. I was 19, about to begin my sophomore year at Arizona State. I went to bed, and in the middle of the night, an intruder came into my apartment, into my bed, smothered my face with a pillow, and began to rape, beat, and nearly killed me. I endured this for hours. He escaped, and I never saw his face. For 7 long years, I waited for justice until he was finally apprehended in California through a forensic DNA match in our national database. California is one of 19 states. Our Texas became the 19th last session. I'm so proud to collect DNA for every felony arrest. Because of that law, they swabbed his cheek. They put it into the national DNA database. It hit mine and multiple others. So he had a shed behind his home full of women's underwear, ID cards from all over the world. But he is now in prison for 137.5 years. I am so fortunate to have justice, but all victims deserve justice. And sadly, victims will continue to have justice withheld due to outdated collection policies and technology, but it does not have to be that way. So Rapid DNA, it's truly changing the landscape of the criminal justice system as we know it. So in 90 minutes, while we have a suspect in custody, the FBI-approved instrument can either eliminate or identify suspects. So this can help decrease the opportunity for suspects to flee or to reoffend. It helps to shut down DNA collection loopholes. The Department of Justice estimates per state we are missing 40 to 50,000 samples. So for all felony arrests, they are estimating 40 to 50,000 of those we're not catching. So this can help shut that down. And a really important thing is it helps make really good informed decisions on bail and bond. We separate high-risk offenders from low-risk offenders right away. So Rapid DNA creates efficiencies. The fast turnaround time, it enables law enforcement to more quickly catch repeat offenders and exonerate the innocent, reducing costs to the criminal justice system while making our communities safer. It frees up DNA analysts' time to work on more complex cases, which we really need, and it helps to decrease the backlogs. So yes, there is work to be done, and yes, there are costs associated, but the same was true when we created the National DNA Database CODIS in 1998. The same was true when we expanded to collect for certain violent felony arrest in 2019 in Texas. And the same is true when we collected for all felonies in 2023. And in 1 year, we have solved 1,005 cases. We should all be so proud. I am so grateful. And instead of waiting for months for answers, we can do it in hours. And I know firsthand what it feels like to wait for answers. For 7 years, I lived in fear that my perpetrator would come back and fulfill his promise to kill me. For 7 years, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would hear the muffled screams of his next victim haunting me in my head. He was out there. You know, and for 7 years, I wondered, would I ever have protection and justice? And when we are talking about solving these violent crimes in our communities, saving the lives of innocents, and preventing the rapes and murders of our children, I am a mother in this great state. You know, every minute counts. So I'm so grateful to be here. And I do want to say we are only looking to continue to build upon the tremendous successes of Senator Creighton, of you all, Texas DPS, Chambers County, the sheriffs, everybody. I mean, I travel all over and advocate for forensic DNA, and Texas has literally become the gold standard. I am so proud. So again, we just want to continue, and I do want to say we're not looking to expand statewide. This wouldn't make sense in rural areas. It has to be really strategic and smart, highly dense, highly populated, you know, a lot of crime areas. So I know that was a lot. I appreciate all of your time, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, and I'm so sorry for all you had to endure in life, and it's a powerful testimony to take such pain and turn it into such purpose to address these challenges and to help this country and Texas in particular. So I'm very grateful to you for being here. Just a question with regard to the program here. Are there any safeguards in place that, you know, that would specifically help to see the rollout be most successful, to be optimized? Just like to get your perspective on some of those safeguards, perhaps, that would be beneficial.
Senator, so after the passage of the Rapid DNA Act of 2017, the FBI worked with the National Forensic Oversight Boards and other esteemed stakeholders to develop standards of operations and very strict safeguards on rapid DNA instruments that protect privacy, all while ensuring compliance with federal standards. So I also want to say we're not looking to change the policy at all. It's the same exact DNA profile. We're just trying to expedite the time. And, you know, I want to give, a lot of care to the jailers. They are very overworked. They work very, very hard, and we're collecting at booking. But I go in there and, we do DNA collection trainings, and there's so much turnover, and we're missing a lot, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands samples of DNA. And if we can streamline it in the booking process, it just goes right in. And in 90 minutes, we can check. So
it's amazing. Thank you very much for the answer to the question. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Brady Mills. I'm the chief of the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory Division as a resource on the bill. I can answer some of the questions specifically or just kind of explain a little bit about the program. So to explain about the program, this augments our DNA program split in two. It's a casework program that's in all of our labs that are supporting law enforcement in the courts by doing forensic casework. The other half of our program is our CODIS program. So our CODIS program has been in existence since, I think, about 95. We have tested first starting with convicted offenders, now moving to all arrestees at the felony level for some time now. The use of DNA technology in that space allows us in about 30 days to 45 days to bring a sample from a cheek swab from an arrestee, bring that into our laboratory, test that, and place that into the database. Talking about using rapid DNA, it allows us to move that to the booking environment, do the testing in the booking station, do the collection and the testing within 90 minutes to 2 hours, and do our first database search at the national level that same day or that same night within 2 hours. What that allows us to do is when someone is arrested in one of our jails, DNA is collected, searched against that national database. We're able then to search while they're still in custody and receive back information of whether there's a hit or not. Today, that association is happening in 30 days. We did work with the FBI throughout the history of rapid DNA within the forensic, within the law enforcement community. We have done a kind of a best case or a use case study with them and have done this kind of not using the using the DNA technology, but not using the communication technology with Williamson County and moving that and did the first national search that way. The other piece of this is labs around the country have looked at their CODIS samples and have decided what is homicide, sexual assaults, and terrorism cases that are unsolved, and they've put that into a special port of CODIS that's searched that night. The entire national database is searched the next day. So the benefit of moving it out is time, and the benefit also is the offender is still in the custody of that jail. And then, as Ms. Spence mentioned, there's a lot of studies to show that if we're missing samples through the normal collection process, moving rapid into the prisons allows us to better effect in our collection. So we're getting more of the offenders that are eligible for the program into CODIS.
I have a couple of questions about how this actually works in the jail environment. And so will just a jailer, just any jailer be trained to take the sample? And I'm sure that's currently happening.
Yes, today that's currently happening. They're taking 2 mouth swabs. They're packaging them up and mailing those to our lab here in Austin.
Okay.
What the FBI kind of guidance and some of the criteria that we're going to need to follow the national standards is that there'll be, in each jail, there'll be like a technical leader. So there'll be one jailer that has kind of the ability to train the trainer and will be the central point of contact for us in the lab system. And then the jailers on duty will effectively run that program for us under our oversight.
And then, so once they take the sample, and I'm talking about with the rapid process, then what, is there some kind of apparatus, or do they actually do the sample testing there on site, or is it sent off?
Yes, they do the testing on site. There is 2 vendors in the space. There's 2 different platforms of instrumentation. One runs 1 sample at a time. One will run 5 samples at a time. So we plan to partner with both vendors. We plan to look at the jails and look at the throughput.
Could you back up? Your partner with who? I'm sorry.
With the 2 vendors. So we'll deploy both.
2 different vendors required for each location?
No. So it would be based on volume. So based on the volume of offenders coming through the jails, we will decide which vendor to go with, because one has the 5
How
samples.
many vendors are there out there in the universe that are capable of performing these?
There are 2. There are 2 different vendors, so we're going to partner with both. So on the high throughput jails, we'll have the one that will do 5 samples at a time, and then on the jail that doesn't have as much throughput, we'll do the 1 sample at a time vendor. The instrument's there. The reagents will be there, and so the jailer will be actually responsible for putting the buccal swab in the instrument and developing the DNA profile. It's lights out. It doesn't take interaction with the jailer except for placing the sample in and hitting go. And that's when the automated process will develop the DNA profile, connect the offender's information from the CJIS system and the DNA profile, and then send that back to headquarters here in Austin for us, and then on to Virginia to search against the national database.
And is there any evidentiary quality to this?
There isn't. So these are
isn't or is?
There is not. These are not considered evidence. These are considered samples that are collected for investigative leads. Okay. If there is a hit, then that notification comes back to law enforcement as secondary sample is collected and goes through the traditional lab process for the evidentiary process.
The chain of custody and so forth.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
it sounds too perfect. Is there a degree of error, human error, I'm sure?
Yes, sir. So we're going to ask that they collect 2 samples. One will go through the rapid process. If it does fail, no result is obtained and no search is done. And that other secondary sample will be sent to the lab and we'll do a traditional process. So there is an error rate with the instrumentation.
What is that rate?
It depends on each vendor. Each vendor is different, but it has been as high as about 20%. So we will see that we will have to do some in the laboratory testing. But let me stress, when it fails, a search will not occur and a result will not be obtained.
So no one will be falsely accused or falsely ID'd?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Parker.
This specific capability, this rapid test capability, is just, how old is this technology on the technology, if you will, kind of timeline in terms of innovation? How old is this, so to speak?
So it's been available outside the forensic community for some time. It was used by DOD. It was used to identify in the battlefield. It's built for deployable DNA identification purposes, first used by the military. It has been transitioning into civilian law enforcement. It's been for about 10 years now. And they have been developing and they've been working with stakeholders, including the FBI, to ensure that the quality is there for it to be able to be used with civilian law enforcement.
And over that 10-year period, thank you for the background on being utilized in the battlefield. Over that 10-year period, are you seeing improvement in that error rate and so on and so forth, the accuracy? Are you seeing quantifiable data over the decade?
Yes, it has been improving. We've had the instruments in-house for about 2 years now from a validation perspective. So we've run them through its paces, and we've just seen improvements just in those 2 years about the results that we're obtaining.
And at a cost level, are you seeing, over the decade, are you seeing a reduction again as it gets more utilized, or what does that look like?
Yes, as the more samples are tested and as more instruments are deployed, we're seeing the costs go down. Today, we're using an estimate for the fiscal note of about $250 to $300 a sample. But as it moves forward, we envision that going down based on volume, but we did want to use the current rate of cost today.
And outside of what we're doing here in Texas, can you speak to this, for my final question, to the scale, the level and volume of usage with this technology nationwide?
Yes, so on the booking station side, there are 2 other states that are doing this, that have authorization with the FBI to be able to put samples into CODIS. That's Florida and that's Louisiana. So we would be joining those 2 states to make it 3 states in this space. But there are a number other of our partners around the country that are starting programs like this.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I have a couple more. I apologize. A couple more questions, just as he was asking questions, I was thinking. So the DA had talked about the ability of this technology to clear folks as well, to clear the jails. So I'm curious, so if you're taking a sample, but you're comparing the RAPID to the CODIS file, you're not necessarily comparing it, say there was a sexual assault in the county and there was a DNA sample taken from the victim. Does that RAPID DNA have the ability to compare those samples?
So
does you understand my question?
I believe so. I might rephrase it a little bit when I answer, but yes, I believe what the question is that how is this utilized to exonerate defendants as well as convict defendants?
Yeah.
Okay. We are able to use CODIS, the database, in both spaces, and how that works is anytime we work a forensic case, whether we know who it is or we don't know who it is, we put it into CODIS. So those cases where our unsolved cases are in there, but the cases where we've attributed an offender to it are also in there.
Okay.
And so having hits against those allow us to talk to DAs about past cases that maybe somebody was convicted for, where now we have a CODIS hit and we have to reopen and work with the DA's office to try to figure out what could have happened. That's the exoneration piece.
But in a fresh case, let's say, where there was, a new sexual assault kit, is that entered immediately into CODIS?
Yes, ma'am. So we're testing those in 90 days. So in that 90 days, kind of that conclusion piece is we're putting them into CODIS.
I'm not asking this well, but does the victim sample, is it rapidly entered? Because if the timing is off, if you're rapidly doing the accused, but you haven't, the victim's known sample taken from the sexual assault kit isn't in CODIS, then you might have a no hit when in fact it should be a hit.
So that's true on a timing piece. So if
it's a problem.
sexual assault kits and forensic casework are in laboratories and they're not being tested in a timely manner and not being put in the database, then us working very quickly on the offender side, there's not going to be a benefit to that.
Yeah.
But that's where we as laboratories around the state and around the country are working towards eliminating backlogs, and with your support have been able to do some of those things where we're putting those forensic samples in relatively quickly as well.
And just as a side note, we fully funded DPS the last few sessions, and you don't have a backlog anymore of this stuff. Basically, if it is, it's very small.
That is absolutely correct.
Correct. So
thank you.
that used to be a huge problem, but it's not a problem anymore. But it's still taking, I guess, 30 to the 45 days. Or
90 days.
90
days on the forensic side.
On the forensic side,
The 30 to 45 day
On
that I
the
mentioned
CODIS.
was on the CODIS side.
The
yes,
rapid CODIS side, yeah.
It used to be over a year.
Right.
So
and
thank y'all for that.
Yeah, no, it was a priority of everybody in this room. So, okay, I'm just trying to figure.
Mr. Chairman.
Complicated.
Right.
And I just wanted to validate the point that Senator Huffman is making, as well as the legislature, and Senator Huffman, you've led on some of this. We've worked very hard to make sure that there is no lag on the testing side, because in Harris County alone, right, over the years, we've seen an incredible backlog that has put victims in a serious disadvantage, and law enforcement in the attempt to take the steps they need necessary in these cases. And then on this side, what this bill is allowing is for this rapid DNA testing to give us these answers in 90 to 120 minutes. And if it goes through the traditional lab process on the forensic side, that could be up to 200 days or...
if it goes through a traditional lab, our CODIS samples could take 30 to 45 days.
30 to 45 now. As the district attorney mentioned, it was in recent years over a year.
And there were times because of the backlog in the past, we've had to actually pay another lab out of state to do that testing. We don't have to do that anymore.
So I guess the point I'm making is we're solving these problems from both ends at the same time, reducing the lag on the number of days that it takes for the laboratory testing, but also for violent offenders, we're getting this testing done, this rapid DNA testing technology done quickly to make sure that law enforcement has the answers that they need. I wanted to also make a point about the accuracy of the testing itself. Chief Mills, you mentioned that there is the potential for error, as Senator Miles brought up a great question, but that is not an error tied to a false positive, correct? There's a difference in an error that leads to a false positive and an error that is just inconclusive. And if we're talking about inconclusive, and the chief will verify this or validate this, then we would just be back to where we were if this bill never were to have passed. The samples will go on to the laboratory and will go through the typical process. Am I right, or is that incorrect?
That is correct. When we talked about a failure rate, it is a no result obtained. And so there's not a misresult, which would cause impact to a search or an invalid hit or things like that. It is a no result is the error that we're receiving.
So that was important to have in the record for the committee, I think, and for the benefit of the committee and those listening. It's important to know what is meant when we talk about the potential for an error. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Just a comment, and I'm dating myself a whole lot here, just like you did when you said VCR a while ago.
Hey, I didn't say beta.
But I was remembering all these same discussions when we were just talking about the National Automated Fingerprint Identification System from a couple decades ago, and how that was it was all the same questions dealing with it and the same things to work out, and now that's just such old technology. And anyway, we got it all figured out.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman. So, would you still hold a person if their reading was inconclusive?
So they would be moving through the booking process, and so they would that would resolve itself through whatever that event is, and then the sample just be sent to the laboratory. They would not be held based on any laboratory procedures.
Okay.
I can answer that, I think, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
If we have an arrest strictly because of DNA, let's just say, like I said earlier, because of DNA maybe and a eyewitness identification or cell phone ping for someone's cell phone off a certain tower where a crime took place, then and DNA we collected DNA, let's just say from a victim, and that DNA was in the system from that perpetrator, and then the person that we arrested as the suspect, the DNA was, let's say, crucial to a sexual assault, and that comes back in 90 minutes that that's not the person that contributed that sample, then they would absolutely, we would absolutely turn them loose. I know my sheriff would, and I know that I would say we don't have any reason to keep that person.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Creighton.
Quickly, I forgot to ask a question related to the dollars and the cost. Chief Mills, it seems like in the estimate for the $3+ million a year, and I'm not saying on a $400 billion budget that's loose change in the couch for Texas on behalf of victims. It is expensive, but it's $3+ million a year, and $500,000 of that is the hard cost of the LiveScan software. So is that a cost that continues forward year after year after year? Because we have some FTEs in the estimate as well, but can you tell the committee what you know on that end?
Yes, some of the dollars that are there, it's about 900, is cost that it's an upfront cost that will transcend the pilot and then into anything else that we expand after 2 years. The individuals, the FTEs would be a recurring cost annually. And then once the instrumentation is bought, and there is $1 million worth of instrumentation in this, that will be used throughout the lifetime of the program as well. The ongoing cost is just the consumable-based cost, so it's the per sample cost based on the volume of arrests.
Sorry, I have another question.
Oh, no, that's what we're
It's an
here for.
important bill. I guess I'm still confused with this, how you solve crimes with this rapid, because I think you told Senator Miles that if there wasn't a hitch, I would release him. But I think that Mr. Mills has clarified to us that the victim's DNA would not necessarily be in CODIS during this time period. So it doesn't ring.
Well, it could be, let's just say if it was something in the past. Let's just say it wasn't necessarily, let's just say a sexual assault that had happened, 6 months prior.
Okay.
And then we arrest the suspect.
But as an investigatory tool for a current crime, its usefulness is limited. There may be other evidence, of course, but just I didn't want Senator Miles to, because they wouldn't be automatically released because they might be.
They might be.
They may be incorrectly released, which would be a travesty as well.
Right. But I mean, if
you were just relying on that, you know what I'm saying?
But if the crime had been committed, let's just say, 2 months before.
Sure.
And that sample was entered.
Yeah, I get it.
And then we didn't, find the suspect, because we don't necessarily arrest suspect, this, immediately after the crime. Sometimes it takes a while. Yeah. So in that respect, it would, yeah.
In some instances it would, but in some it wouldn't, I think, right?
Yes.
Anyway.
And Mr. Chairman, there's been 1,005 cases solved in Texas for serious violent offenses since we have joined Codex. Is that correct?
That was just last year, I believe.
Just last year, so it's very, very effective.
Over 2,000, I believe, since since y'all have implemented the arrestee DNA law. Yeah. If I'm not, I don't want to misspeak.
No, it was 1,000 last year based on arrestee collection, and I may have missed your question, Senator Huffman. I'm sorry. I think you were asking if you're arrested for a sexual assault, and we do the offender's DNA that quickly, is that comparing against that particular case? That's absolutely correct. The timing's probably not there for that. It is for looking at other cases that are unsolved within the database, and the 1,000 cases that hit were individuals that were arrested for some felony offense here in the state of Texas that linked to some other case that they were attributed to through DNA.
More question. Do you know how many cases, how many felons were tested during that time period?
We put in last year from a fiscal year, we collected 139,000 samples.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hagenboom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Mills, question. You know, usually with this kind of technology, any kind of technology, it comes down the learning curve over time, right? And the cost comes down, and if there's competition, which it sounds like there is, then quality improves as well. Do you think it's possible at some point that this issue we have where the victim's DNA is lagging the potential perpetrator, that you could use it for victims as well?
Yeah, so there is an initiative to use rapid DNA on the forensic side as well. We are able to do that today through our accreditation and through our relationship with the FBI if we do it in-house. Here in July, we're going to be able to do rapid DNA under our accreditation and our partnership with the FBI out in the field as well. So there is the opportunity to try to leverage this technology for just what you're saying.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you all very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you very much.
Any other invited testimony? The chair sees no more other invited testimony. Invited testimony is now closed. Chair now opens the floor for public testimony. Chair sees no one signed up for public testimony. Is anyone here wish to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1723? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. Sheriff Hawthorne? Sheriff Hawthorne, please come forward. You're recognized.
Must have failed to get registered properly.
He'll take care of you.
Wouldn't be the first time I've done something.
You'll be taken care of.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Brian Hawthorne, Sheriff of Chambers County, and I'm here on behalf of the Sheriff Association of Texas. The reason I wanted to take a moment is Senator, you were spot on. There's an estimation, and obviously Chief Mills knows a lot better than I do, but we are being told in the Sheriff Association world, next 3 to 5 years, we may actually be doing on-scene DNA analysis. So when you speak of Ashley Spence's testimony, is extremely powerful. Well, she made the statement that we're the gold standard. Well, we're working towards being the gold standard. We're really not. Louisiana and Florida are. They're already doing it. The reason myself and my district attorney, Cheryl Leak, are here is because Louisiana solved a murder and a rape of a horrible young girl for us. All right? We should be the gold standard. So Texas has the ability to be the gold standard. We have that ability before long to be doing crime scene analysis. And so if we can get this rolling, it'll be that much quicker. We will be able to put criminals in jail and keep them in jail, and offenders. So I just wanted to point that out. I appreciate it. And obviously, I don't have the challenges that this committee does and that the chairman does when it comes to determining money. But the one thing I know the Sheriff's Association appreciates is we would love to see this be expanded to where every county jail had it. We know that's not even fiscally responsible in any form or fashion. But at least getting it rolled out so that the DPS laboratory can get it started, can put a plan together where we can then roll it out to our bigger jails where we know we have a lot of violent offenders go through there. I think it would just be tremendous for the state of Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any other questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for your leadership.
So is anybody else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1723? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. We'll leave the bill pending. So we're going to, I accidentally skipped one from the colonel, the senator, the chairman, and all the other things that he's called around here.
Should be a little quicker than the previous ones, Mr. Chairman.
I'll defer to my much senior member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, there was so many of them,
Thanks,
Senator
Senator.
Birdwell, that we were about to call the whole thing the Birdwell Show, but here we go.
Not my intention, Mr.
Senate Bill 27, the chair lays out Senate Bill 2785. The chair sends up a committee substitute for Senate Bill 2785. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2785? Hearing none, so ordered. Recognize Senator Birdwell explain the bill and the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, Senate Bill 2785 aims to expedite the process for district and county attorneys to receive reports of abuse or neglect from DFPS. Under current law, there's an inconsistent and sometimes delayed communication between DFPS and prosecuting attorneys regarding reports of child abuse and neglect. Delays in receiving full investigative information can hinder the ability of prosecutors to act swiftly and also curb the ability of the defense to properly prepare for cases which could deprive the defendant of due process. Members, the bill addresses these delays by requiring DFPS to forward a copy of the report of abuse and neglect upon the request of the county or district attorney within 30 days and include all information, including confidential information. To ensure that confidentiality, the bill specifies that the information obtained by the prosecuting attorneys from DFPS is not subject to public information requests and can only be disclosed in the discovery phase of these trials. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, I do have a committee substitute. Let me explain it at this time. We've all heard the phrase, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So in this case, the substitute specifies only the most critical reports of abuse and neglect from DFPS are quickly sent to county and district attorneys upon their request. This investigative information is critical so that an alleged offender can receive that fair trial I mentioned earlier. The substitute specifies that DFPS is only required to send reports of abuse, of neglect, or neglect expeditiously within 30 days to county and district attorneys upon the attorney's request for instances where an individual has been arrested for aggravated circumstances such as sexual assault, murder, indecently of the child pornography, other more serious crimes related to the child. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I do have my most excellent district attorney, Josh Teetons from McLennan County, who brought this bill idea forward to me, along with some other individuals that I believe will testify as well. Mr. Chairman, I ask your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any questions? If not, the chair now opens for invited testimony. The chair calls Josh Teetons, a district attorney, McLennan County. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you all very much, Senators. This bill is something that I think both defense and prosecutors would truly appreciate. I'm a new district attorney in my third year now, and this is something that I saw on the defense side prior to that.
If you could state your name for the record and your position.
Yes, sir. Josh Teetons, McLennan County District Attorney.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And through those years of experience and trying cases, it is inevitable that we were waiting on CPS records for some of the oldest crimes, most violent crimes, and we see that especially to be true in McLennan County, which is why I approached the senator on this bill, as well as some other prosecutors as well. I know that the original version, as well as the House version, there were some concerns that I think this committee substitute addresses, those being the timeliness and the specificity of the types of crimes that we have interest in. There were some concerns about it being too overly broad, and that as the DA's office or county attorney's office, we were out seeking to find additional reasons to arrest people and prosecute folks. Nothing could be further from the truth. These are cases that we are already aware of, that we're investigating. Many times they have been indicted. And so simply requesting this information will help expedite that process. We've had cases that have been delayed for months, if not years, waiting on CPS records to be delivered. And because of Michael Morton, which has come up in this committee, I'm sure countless times, even today earlier, it's our responsibility, whether we know as DAs that that information exists or not, that we have to supply that, produce that to the defense. And so in some cases that's been weaponized. In other counties, mistrials have been declared. And so we hope that this will, again, expedite that process. We're not asking for anything above and beyond that a court order doesn't already do. It's just the fact that when we subpoena DFPS repeatedly, get court orders repeatedly, we were still waiting. And so hopefully this will help move those cases along.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
No one else? The chair sees no one else for invited testimony. Invited testimony is now closed. Chair now opens up for public testimony. Chair sees no one registered for public testimony. Is there anyone here present wish to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2785? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bill will left pending.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also appreciate the committee's time and talent this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel.
Yes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2460. Chair sends up the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460. Is there objection to adopting the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460? Hearing none. So ordered. Senator Creighton, you are recognized to explain the bill and the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460 allows for DNA analysis to be conducted using rapid DNA technology in a booking station in addition to our existing forensic labs. This statutory change is required for the pilot program mentioned earlier in Senate Bill 1723 to align with FBI guidelines for rapid DNA programs across the country. Mr. Chairman, within the committee substitute, it refines the definition of rapid DNA analysis to match the FBI's quality assurance standards definition for databases and forensic labs. Again, Mr. Chairman, we have our very esteemed witnesses, Chief Brady Mills from DPS Crime Lab, and also Chambers County District Attorney Cheryl Leak and Ashley Spence from the DNA Justice Project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Members, any questions, Senator Creighton? If not, the chair now opens up for invited testimony, calls of Cheryl Leak Henry, Brady Mills, and Ashley Spence. Ms. Henry, we start with you and your name for the record. Your name,
Good morning
who you
again.
represent, and please begin your testimony.
Cheryl Lake Henry, and I'm the district attorney for Chambers County, and I represent the district attorney's office and myself. And I'm not going to go over everything we just talked about, but I would urge y'all to pass this. And it's just the enabling legislation that makes it all legal for us to embark on this pilot program.
Thank you. Ms. Spence?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Ashley Spence with DNA Justice Project. I would just like to add that this really helps. So my perpetrator, for example, he had multiple victims. So when they collected his DNA upon his felony arrest, if we had the rapid machine, it would immediately in 90 minutes hit to all the previous, not necessarily what he was arrested for. We weren't trying to clear the case up of resisting the officer, which is what his DNA was swabbed for. But when they swabbed him for that felony, it linked to all the rapes of these other young women. So we're really trying to catch the violent serial predators and exonerate those that are wrongfully accused. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Mills?
Mr. Chair, members, Brady Mills, Texas
Senator
Department.
Hinojosa? Go ahead, please proceed.
Texas Department of Public Safety is a resource. I would just make one comment: is the CPP is really set up for the quality of producing DNA profiles in laboratories, so it's the quality component. These changes allow us to move that into the field. It's still under the quality that we have, and still under the quality of the partnership with the FBI. It's just, can we produce DNA profiles outside a laboratory?
Very well. Senator Hinojosa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we for a long time had issues in trying to find a way to accredit our DNA forensic science labs. So are we going outside that structure?
No, sir. So it's allowing us to, we'll still oversee the program. It'll still be our accreditation. It'll still be our control, and then the quality assurance standards from the FBI will still be applied. It just allows us to do that in the field, outside the laboratory environment.
Okay, so we're not waiving any of the requirements that we have in place on the qualifications of accredited analysts?
No, sir. So we're actually working to ensure that we maintain the quality standards that we have, but are we then now able to do that outside our laboratory roof?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you all for everything.
Thank you.
Chair sees no other invited testimony. Chair is now closed invited testimony. Chair now opens up the floor for public testimony. There is no one registered to testify publicly. Is there anyone here wish to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2460? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. The bill will be left pending. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, brother.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 2373. Chair sends of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2373. Is there objection to adopting the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2373? Hearing none, so ordered. Recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill and committee substitute.
Thank you, Gordon. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members, and I want to thank the members for co-authoring this bill. The good news is that this process has worked well. The bill was set for hearing, and we instantly got a lot of feedback. The good news is the feedback was good. Bad news is we have many changes to the committee substitute. The good news is they're good changes and pretty simple. And Mr. Chairman, if I could send up the committee substitute and explain those, I hope to make everybody feel good about it.
Please do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, the bill generally addresses fraud by the use of artificial intelligence and artificially generated media. The committee's substitute, with input from the Dallas County District Attorney, the Attorney General's Office, the American Association of Retired Persons, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, etc., Harris County District Attorney, all put in input to do the following. First of all, we made it possible to indict on multiple different grounds rather than explicitly only this section or another section. We added a traditional venue provision for the Attorney General to be able to pursue actions in Travis County. We cleaned up the definition which referred to a recording. That's kind of an old style term. Artificial intelligence by its nature is not a recording. We added the words explicit and implicit when we're talking about the objectives that are built into an algorithm, so that it's clear that even if we didn't expressly state what we're trying to do with this algorithm, if we know what you're doing and it's implicit, you're also going to fall under the culpability of this legislation. A couple more. There were some defenses in there that shouldn't be in there. Basically, if you violate this law, you violated this law. If you didn't, that's your defense. We added the word intentional to a phrase that talked about knowing dissemination, so it's knowing and intentional. We want to make sure that we do have the mens rea that's required under criminal laws and civil laws in this case. And finally, we added language that removes, it doesn't really remove liability, it just ensures that a social media platform or a telecommunications provider is not going to be on the hook if somebody publishes an artificial intelligence-based fraud scam on their platform. So those are the changes. If I'll quickly run through the layout now, if I may. Artificial intelligence is a financial fraud. The use of it is rampant and rising, using deep fake videos, cloned voices, phishing communications, and other means of exploiting Texans into surrendering their money or their personal information. While current law does cover fraud by use of personally identifying information and online impersonation, it does not expressly cover artificial intelligence, and that is the purpose of this bill. This bill creates an express clear civil remedy and a criminal penalty, scaling the penalties commensurate with the fraud, commensurate with the value stolen. It defines artificial intelligence, it defines artificially generated media, and it creates a civil cause of action that allows victims to recover their damages and attorney's fees. And it authorizes the Attorney General to seek civil penalties up to $1,000 per day and to obtain objective relief to halt ongoing scams with tiered criminal offenses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members?
Thank you, members. Do you have any questions, members? For Senator Johnson?
We do have resource witnesses available if anyone has questions.
Thank you. So the chair now opens up for invited testimony. Chair calls Andrea Earl. Andrea Earl. Thank you for coming. If you state your name, who you represent, and any statement you wish to make.
I'm Andrea Earl. I'm here with AARP Texas, and this is a very important bill to us. This is about protecting Texans from predators using AI-generated voices, messages, and emails to steal their money, their information, and generally their peace of mind. Scammers are now using AI to mimic loved ones' voices, along with email communications. You guys have all heard this a few times. Older adults are often the primary target of this. We have heard a lot of stories at AARP. We have a Fraud Watch network at the national level, and this is just pervasive, and AI is making it so incredibly easy, but more so believable. And I think people kind of step out of that and think, oh no, you were scammed. It was, it's your fault. So we don't have a lot of people stepping up, but with AI we do, because this is so believable. We had an 82-year-old man in Sugar Land who received a call from what he thought was a police county jail office down in Florida, thinking that his son-in-law was there. They used AI cloning to mimic his voice, sounded just like him. He ended up wiring about $17,000 down there. Let alone, he also shared a lot of personal information on that phone call. Additionally, we're getting numbers of emails. Phishing emails are so easy to push out, and they're able to get all of your information via social media. And a lot of our older adults are putting a lot of things out there. So these are just a couple cases, and this is basically not an isolated incident. We've even heard people being duped by their own grandchild's voice, and it's very devastating, and it's hard to trust. So according to a 2024 FBI report, phishing and spoofing were the most common cybercrimes reported by victims, and Texas ranked among the top 3 states with the highest number of complaints. Adults over 60 submitted the most complaints and suffered nearly $5 billion in losses nationally. Right now, Texas law doesn't address AI-generated content, but SB 2373 would change this by defining AI-generated media and phishing communications, allowing civil penalties and tiered criminal charges for financial exploitation using these deceptive tools, and giving victims a clear path to seek justice and recover losses. These scams are devastating, not because older adults are often scammed more often, but because when they are, the losses are often greater and very impactful, as they have accumulated a lifetime of savings. This bill would hold scammers accountable, and allow some retribution for some of our members. So I encourage you strongly to support SB 2373, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair sees no one else for invited testimony. So invited testimony is now closed. Chair now opens up for public testimony. Chair calls M. Page Williams. Thank you for being here. For the record, your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Paige Williams. I am here representing Dallas County Criminal District Attorney John Creuzot. We are in support of Senate Bill 2373. I'm here mainly as a resource witness, but as we have heard throughout this session, AI is growing. It is becoming more evolved, more complicated, and it is causing the citizens of Texas great harm. So we are wholly in support of this bill, and we thank Senator Johnson for working with us on some of the things we did want changed from the original filing. And if you have any questions about the prosecution side of this, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Any questions, members? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair sees no one else registered for public testimony. Is anyone present wish to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2373? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. We'll leave the bill pending.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I just want to recognize my intern, Tommy Earl, for not only his hard work on this bill, but for bringing me this bill.
Well, thank you. Outstanding.
He's sitting behind me.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 1833 and recognizes Senator Parker to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Great to be with all of you here this morning. This bill is born from tragedy. It stems from the devastating loss of life in Carrollton, Texas, where fentanyl-laced pills sold via social media led to multiple juvenile overdoses and the deaths of over 3 North Texas students. In late 2022 and early 2023, Carrollton police uncovered a fentanyl trafficking ring operating throughout the Carrollton Farmers Branch Independent School District. The ringleaders used Instagram and other social media platforms to advertise and distribute counterfeit M30 pills to local teenagers attending R.L. Turner High School, DeWitt Perry Middle School, and Dan Long Middle School. These pills were designed to look like prescription oxycodone, but were laced with lethal doses of fentanyl, a synthetic opioid up to 50 times stronger, as we all know, than heroin. 11 people were charged federally in connection with this case. Over the course of the investigation, officers made roughly 40 adult and juvenile arrests and seized more than 1.2 million fentanyl pills off the streets. The bottom line is this: social media has become the new superhighway for drug trafficking. Using platforms like Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and X, drug traffickers now reach youth more quickly and more directly than ever before. They use emojis, disappearing messages, and viral slang to advertise these deadly products. Today, a 13-year-old in Texas can see an ad for pills laced with fentanyl and have them delivered to their doorstep within hours. Senate Bill 1833 addresses this modern tactic by enhancing criminal penalties for drug trafficking that is facilitated through social media platforms. This bill does not target users or minor in possession. It focuses on those who intentionally use digital tools to exploit and endanger Texas youth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I know we got a couple of great witnesses from law enforcement here with us this morning. I wanted to get to before we go into the floor.
Members, any questions? If not, the chair opens up the floor for invited testimony. Chair calls Roberto Arredondo.
Now that chair.
Chief, for the record, your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with your comments.
Chief Roberto Arredondo, Chief of Police in the City of Carrollton. Carrollton Police Department, I represent the City of Carrollton, the Carrollton Police Department, and myself. I'd like to thank the chairman and members of the committee, especially Vice Chair Parker, for bringing this forward for us. As he laid out, this is a very needed bill. Obviously, we're in support of Senate Bill 1833, and it was born out of tragedy. In 2022, late 2022, we started seeing an influx of fentanyl in not just our community, the region, the state, the country. We chose to fight it. We chose to rid our great community of this poison. While doing so, we made a lot of arrests, and we don't like to be punitive with juveniles, but we had to change behaviors. And while doing this, we learned that juveniles are being preyed upon through social media. Frankly, drug dealers have traded in the street corner for their cell phones. They're using the social media apps to reach your kids, our youth, and our young adults are falling prey to this poison and is being peddled through social media. And it's not some fringe platforms. It's the platforms that you use. It's the platforms your kids use, my kids use. It is out there, and it is attacking our kids, and our kids are falling prey to it. Now, it is not just fentanyl. It's all drugs. But fentanyl is deadly. It will kill you. One pill will kill. We had 3 juvenile students that were killed due to this poisoning. It is rampant throughout the United States, in our state, and unfortunately in our great city of Carrollton. But we did fight back, and we have turned the corner, and great things have come of it, and we've got a great relationship with the community and our school district and our citizens because we chose to fight it and not look the other way. So today I ask for your support. I ask for your help, and I come here to tell you that law enforcement needs your support on this matter. We simply will enhance a penalty by one penalty grade if they use social media to prey on your kids.
Simple. So
please, join us in the fight and help us rid our great community, our great state, and our great country from these deadly drugs.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're right on point about the change from street corners, drug dealers from street corners, now to this fund.
Yes, sir.
We had several situations in my Senate district where young people bought drugs. They were laced with fentanyl, and unfortunately, tragedy happened, and they died as a result of that by just using this phone.
That's right.
So, but thank you for your testimony.
Senator Parker.
Well, I just want to thank you so very much for your leadership in Carrollton and for being such a strong and passionate advocate for this bill, your leadership broadly, though. We thank you very much, sir. Thank you for all you do, my friend. Good to see you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for coming.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to point out the men and women of the Carrollton Police Department have worked really hard to save lives. And so, again, please, we need your help.
Please extend them our regard.
Absolutely. Absolute role model in what you did. This is an incredible amount of great work that you did to get to the bottom of it here in Carrollton that impacted not just North Texas, well, not just Carrollton, but North Texas as a whole and the state as a whole. So thank you very, very much.
Yes, sir. We follow it wherever it goes. Even though it may lead outside of our city, we follow it wherever it goes. We put it to it. We put it to bed. We put it to rest.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your leadership, my friend.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you, Chief.
Seeing no more invited testimony, invited testimony is now closed. Chair now open for public testimony. Chair sees no one registered to testify publicly. Is anyone here present to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1833? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. Leave the bill pending. The committee will stand in recess, so we need to go to the floor, and we'll resume after the session is over this afternoon and finish up with our agenda and vote bills out. Senate Committee on Criminal Justice will now reconvene and come to order. Chair lays out Senate Bill 614. The chair sends up a committee substitute for Senate Bill 614. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute for Senate Bill 614? Hearing none. So ordered. Recognize Senator Hinojosa to explain the bill.
Thank you,
And the
Mr.
committee
Chairman,
substitute.
members. The Texas Forensic Science Commission is charged with ensuring the integrity of forensic science in the state. In 2015, the legislature passed Senate Bill 1743, which authorized the commission to refer cases to the Office of Capital and Forensic Writs for potential post-conviction relief, where flawed or outdated forensic practices may have contributed to a conviction. The current law, the commission can only refer a case to the Office of Capital and Forensic Writs if it is the subject of an active investigation. This limitation restricts the commission's ability to refer credible complaints that do not require further investigation due to prior findings. Maximizes the use of public resources by avoiding the duplication investigations while still ensuring potential forensic issues are addressed. Provides access to the Office of Capital Forensic Writs for individuals without representation where forensic concerns already identified by the Commission are present. The committee substitute simply tightens the language to simplify and specify which cases can be referred, providing clear guardrails around referral authority and reducing ambiguity in the original file version. The language was worked out on and agreed to by the different stakeholders. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions of Senator Hinojosa? Any questions? The chair now opens up for invited testimony. Chair calls up Leigh Tomlin and Benjamin Wolf. State your name, who you represent, and
Good evening. Benjamin Wolf. I'm with the Office of Capital and Forensic Writs, and I'm testifying on this bill. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I brought a couple of demonstrative aids.
Thank you.
So this is, these are two recent Forensic Science Commission reports. One deals with firearms analysis. The other deals with DNA activity level testing. So currently under the law, the Forensic Science Commission accept a complaint for investigation and produce a 75 or 150 page report outlining problems with forensic science in a particular case, but in a field more broadly. And then they might refer the case on to our office for review and possible litigation, evaluation, and our investigation to determine whether any litigation might be appropriate. But 1 week later, they might get a new complaint and with presenting the same exact issue, and so this bill would simply allow them to refer us complaints that present the same exact issue that they already investigate and said all that there is to say about the state of the science onto us for possible review, and it enable us to investigate claims of possible merit involving false forensic science, while also streamlining the processes of the Forensic Science Commission, who there's a Leigh Tomlin was here earlier. I believe she had to go. But
Chairman, can I, sorry.
Senator Hinojosa?
I guess in a nutshell, the bill updates a section of the Code of Criminal Procedure to allow the commission to refer not only active investigations, but also dismiss complaints if they include an express reference to a previously published commission report that addresses the same subject matter. That's what the bill does.
Right, exactly. So if this is on DNA testing, if they released this investigation last July, DNA testing hasn't changed over the last 8 months necessarily, and so they get the same complaint. They can make a reference to this prior report and refer it on.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for hanging around this long. It's been a long day. I see there's no other invited testimony. Chair now opens the floor for public testimony. There's no one registered for public testimony. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 614? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. We'll hear the bill pending. Senator Hagenbu, you ready? Chair lays out Senate Bill 1602. The chair sends up the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1602. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1602? Hearing none. So ordered. Recognize Senator Hagenbu to explain the bill and the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you for the opportunity for me to lay out committee substitute for Senate Bill 1602 today here in the Criminal Justice Committee. Committee substitute for S 1602 was brought to my attention by concerned constituents in Frisco and the Colony in my district. A local daycare had a recurring problem of vagrant man loitering near the playground where children play. Because of the safety concerns, school Primrose Frisco West suspended all playground use, and there was some apparent uncertainty among law enforcement about what they could do against loiterers or trespassers near these pupils. And we have some other examples of other cities where this has happened before. This kind of thing. Senate Bill 1602 addresses the issue by establishing a new offense for trespassing within 250 feet of a school or daycare center if the individual possesses a risk of harm to the individuals in the institution if they engage in inappropriate behavior more than once near the institution. The addition of the more than once designator is part of the committee substitute to ensure we aren't disrupting people who are just walking or random people going by. It's not my office's intent to penalize innocent passerbys, but I do think we need to be more proactive on this issue and not wait until some terrible scenario occurs or some child has their innocence taken because the state did not clarify clear examples of when trespassers adults needed to be removed for the safety of everyone. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1602 will help the safety concerns for children, staff, and visitors at schools and the daycares, as well as provide law enforcement clear authority to act when individuals pose a risk or harm repeatedly or with repeated behavior inappropriately near these institutions. It is supported by numerous law enforcement groups, including CLEAT, TMPA, and TCOL. We have the Colony City Councilwoman Robin Holtz here to testify as an expert witness. We have a couple of people who I know want to testify today who have had some of these examples at their schools. I appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for your consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Miles. Yeah, just for point of clarification, Senator, is it 250 feet or 500? Because it
250 feet.
Is it 250? But doesn't the bill say 500?
The committee substitute is 250. I think we should be. We'll check.
What's the name of that school district you said it was?
It's Primrose Frisco West.
I've been hearing a lot about that school lately. It's an independent school overseen by the city, right? By the community.
So, yes, and we have an expert witness who can tell you more about it. Yes, yeah.
It's big stuff. Got it. Yeah, the bill does say 500 feet. Is
that right?
Yes, sir.
You need to make a change to that then.
I want to bring to your attention. Something like that. It gets over to the House, they'll call a point of order on it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, look.
Yeah, line 23, first page. Public property located within 500 feet of school or daycare center property. And the original, then you got another one in here, it says 250 somewhere.
My mistake then. Can we do a floor amendment? Is that the best way to handle that?
So which one is it? Is it 250 or is it? I'm looking at one that says 250.
I'm looking at one that says 500. I got another one.
So Senator, the committee substitute says what? Here it is, right here. The committee substitute says 500, so he changed it from 250 to 500 in the committee substitute.
Which one do you want?
So the original bill said 250, and your committee substitute says 500.
Should be 250.
So, or you want to discount your committee substitute? You want to? I mean.
So you're gonna take the committee substitute back?
Well, I mean, if he just said he wanted to go back to 250. I'm looking at the original bill at 250 and the committee substitute's 500.
I think they made a mistake in the committee substitute. They made a mistake in the committee substitute. We need to keep the substitute, but just change it to 250.
How you gonna do that? I'll leave that up to you experts.
Well, Senator, with all due respect to your committee substitute that you sent to us that we wanted to, we just admitted, says 500.
You're right.
And I'm looking at your original bill as proposed, and it says 250. So the substitute says 500. Your original said 250. So I guess I'm asking is,
Mr. Chairman, he can take it to the Senate floor and amend it there.
you can amend it back if you want to, but right now we've accepted your committee substitute.
Okay, let's go with the committee
So it says
substitute
now
500. We'll make the amendment on the floor then.
I mean, that's up to, it's up to, this is just pointing this out to, as the senators clearly.
I'm just letting you know.
Trying to help you out, say they put a point of order.
Yeah, they call a point of order in the House.
Yeah, I get it. I appreciate it.
So right now, it's the committee substitute 500.
500.
Okay.
We'll
Thank you,
listen
Senator
to
Miles.
500?
Thank you, Senator Miles, for pointing that out, and we want to be able to make sure it comes out clean as possible.
Pardon me?
We want to make sure it comes out as clean as possible for
Absolutely.
you.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for the senator? At this point, for invited testimony, the chair calls, invited testimony is now open. Chair calls Robin Holtz.
They came by the office.
Hey, Robin.
If you state your name, who you represent, and then you may proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman, Senators. Thank you so much for hearing this bill. Before I get started, for the record, I'm okay with 250 or 500 as long as neither delays the bill from hopefully moving forward. My name is Robin Holtz. I am for this bill. I have 3 young children. My oldest just turned 6 last week. A few years ago, we enrolled them in a daycare that we thought was the best and safest place for them. My husband and I run small businesses, and staying home is not an option for us. Shortly after enrollment, we started noticing a large man by the playground while our kids were out there. I became alarmed and rushed to tell the school, only to find out that they were aware of the man, and he's been doing that for quite some time. They said the school and numerous parents have called the police, but they can't do anything until he steps on school property or exposes himself to the children. By the time he steps on school property, it is going to be too late. My kids are all the kids are under the age of 5 at this school, and there are roughly 20 plus kids to every 2 teachers. Children are defenseless, they don't know how to watch for danger, and our teachers are not trained to defend children from predators, get them inside from a locked door, and notify authorities all before a child's life is changed forever. It's not possible. Instead, the school has to bring the kids inside when he is present, keeping the kids from being able to run and play. Is that giving our best to our children? Something else to add is that I've seen this man move to different spots based on location of the children when they're outside, and he's only there outside of peak times when there aren't normally parents driving around, but the kids are all out and visible. To add a new fear, my 6-year-old is in grade school now, and there's a playground near a city street and sidewalk for the school that doesn't even have a fence. I alerted the school and asked why, and they said that's common in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex due to the cost of land and some schools having shared playgrounds. Earlier, the SB 1212 witness said 55% of child sex trafficking crimes occur within school zones. I was floored, because the studies I've read show that predators look for isolated children to prey on because they know that when they're leaving school or when they're alone is when they can prey on them and groom them. To learn that 55% is occurring within school zones tells me that we have a larger issue than any of us realize of people watching our children while they're at school and playing. School is required by law and is the only place that parents cannot be with them. We can remove our children from dangerous threats anywhere. But when nefarious people are watching them at school, we are helpless, and all we can do is sit back and pray for their safety. Almost done, sorry. Over the last few years, this has not been an issue with just one man at our school. Just last month, I had to tell the school yet again there is a different man backed into a back parking spot in the back parking lot so he can sit and face the children from his car. And he has his shirt off. There were dozens of other parking spots available, but he chose to back into the one with the best visibility of the children and sit there for over 20 minutes until I pulled around beside him. Our current law doesn't even give our school authorities or police the right to ask him to move further away. With the rising number of arrests for child porn and even worse, child sex trafficking, why are we waiting until his child is hurt before we can call the police? I found at least 7 other states with a similar law in place protecting kids from people loitering around their school. Please help us change this now and protect our children in Texas. Let's be proactive and not reactive. I appreciate you considering this and appreciate your help. Sincerely, myself and all parents.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And any questions, senators? Any questions? Any questions, Senator Hagenbu? Sorry for your testimony. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much for coming in. That was hard to do, and you're very brave to come do it, and that's very important to do. And thanks for your service on City Council as well. Appreciate your service.
Thank you so much.
Well, there's no one else registered for invited testimony, so invited testimony is now closed. The chair now opens the floor for for public testimony. Chair calls Dana Runelove and Victoria Byrne. Thank you very much for your patience all day, and please state we'll start to my right.
Do you mind if I start?
Whatever you want to do. You have to state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dana Runloff. I'm giving testimony in support of SB 1602. I represent myself. Thank you, Senator Hagenbu and the committee. My children go to St. Francis School, a small K-8 private school in Austin. In November and December of 2023, a terrifying situation occurred. A man, Mr. Isaiah Smith, started walking outside of St. Francis repeatedly over a 2-week period with an assault rifle on his back, a holstered handgun, a camera on his chest, sometimes wearing a ski mask. He came to the school at least 5 times. He walked on sidewalks adjacent to our school, within 50 feet of classroom windows, and on the school crosswalk during drop-off and pickup. His threatening behavior terrified our community and disrupted the school. Many parents kept their children home, teachers and students were scared, and our school was on constant high alert. We called the police repeatedly asking for help, including AISD, PD, APD, and the FBI. We also contacted Travis County Attorney's Office. They all said there was nothing they could do, although they wished there was. We hired a security guard who told Mr. Smith he was scaring people and asked him to stop, but he came back anyway. During those 2 weeks, it was agonizing bringing my children to school, not knowing if they would be safe. I missed work and sat in the parking lot of the school, as did many parents watching for Mr. Smith. My children were scared and confused, and during one terrible moment, my 8-year-old asked me, "Mommy, what about if he starts walking towards us and wants to do something bad? What do we do?" I had to take a moment to compose myself. I told her as calmly as I could, "You run as fast as you can." That was the best I had to offer my child that day. To keep her and my other 2 kids home from school, or to remind them to run if this man came after them. Mr. Smith was finally arrested on pending unrelated charges of child indecency. I'm grateful this alleged child predator was arrested, but there should have been a way for police to stop him from terrorizing our school. SB 1602 would do that, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Can you please proceed your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Victoria Byrne. I represent myself, and I am for the bill. Senator Hagenbu and esteemed committee, thank you very much for your time. I'm an Austin native, a small business owner, and a proud mom here in full support of HB 1602. My daughter is a student at St. Francis. She was a kindergartner, 5 years old, when Isaiah Smith took it upon himself to terrorize the families, faculty, and most heinously, the children of St. Francis. To better explain the layout of our school, the kindergarten classrooms are on the first floor with floor-to-ceiling windows directly facing the street. So instantly, families of 30 children realized that nothing but a pane of glass would separate our kids from this threat, as the public sidewalk is less than 50 feet from the windows. My daughter has since been suffering from night terrors, panic attacks, and anxiety, and she could easily look out of her window and see who she called the man with the pink hair and the guns walk right past her. I still pinky promise her that he won't come back, and her anxiety has impacted her learning still to this day. For 2 weeks leading into the Christmas of 2023, Mr. Smith terrorized our community. I was unable to leave my daughter at school, and I closed my small business temporarily to stay home with her. Panicked calls and emails flooded our police, myself and others seeking protection, yet APD indicated that Mr. Smith was not breaking any laws. That is the thing about lines. Oftentimes, we don't know until someone crosses them where they are. Mr. Smith crossed a line with the families of our school, and APD was not equipped with the law to make it right and restore peace in our community. So in order to protect my child and our family's sanity, we were held hostage until his indecency charges surfaced. Had House Bill 1602 been in effect, our school would have been spared this trauma. Some places in our great state are undoubtedly sacred. I think we agree schools above all. Please pass 1602 and help us to protect these sacred spaces.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's no doubt our children need to be protected, but I'm somewhat surprised that the police couldn't do anything or go asking for ID or at least inquire as to what was his business there. I'm sort of surprised the police wouldn't even do that. But
Can I respond to that,
but
Senator?
yes, you may.
Just to clarify, so they did engage with him, but they couldn't make him stop coming back to the school. And our understanding from law enforcement was that if he brandished his weapon and pointed it at the kids, then they could arrest him. But obviously, as a parent, that's terrifying to think about because it would be too late.
And quite frankly, Senator Hagenbuch, seems like 500 feet would be better than 250. 500 feet would be better than 250 feet. Or 200, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Keep the substitute.
All right. I'll take your advice. Coming from Marine there. I appreciate that. Thank you. You all three did a fantastic job, and I appreciate you waiting so long today and doing this. It was very important, as you know, and so we'll do everything we can to get this passed. But appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair sees no one else registered for public testimony. Is anyone here present wish to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1602? Hearing none, public testimony is closed, and then we'll leave the bill pending. Senator Hagenbu, you ready for your next one?
Sir.
Senate Bill 1858. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1858 and recognizes Senator Hagenbu to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I appreciate the time today to lay out Senate Bill 1858 relating to ISD officers being able to access the law enforcement body armor grant program. When this grant program was implemented, ISD officers were left off the initial pool of peace officers who could access the grant. Agencies across the state can apply to receive funds to equip their officers with life-saving vests, but ISD security departments cannot. SB 1858 aims to amend the eligibility criteria for the Bulletproof Vest and Body Armor Grant Program to include independent school districts as eligible applicants. This change addresses a growing concern regarding the safety of school-based law enforcement officers, particularly school resource officers, SROs, who are tasked with ensuring the safety of students, staff, and school communities. As active participants in maintaining order and addressing security threats in schools, RSOs face heightened risk in an environment that increasingly faces violent threats. This bill ensures that ISDs can receive funding to equip their officers with the necessary protective gear, specifically bulletproof vests and body armor, to safeguard their well-being while carrying out their duties. While some ISDs may allocate their own funds for such equipment, many smaller and underfunded districts may struggle to secure necessary resources to adequately protect their officers. The expanded eligibility provided by SB 1858 will empower school districts to safeguard their officers, which in turn promotes safer school environments and allows officers to focus on their primary responsibilities without the added risk of being unprotected in dangerous situations. This is obviously supported by law enforcement groups across the state, including in my district, Sherman ISD Chief Heath Wester, and representing that Texas ISD Police Chiefs Association, Chief Heath said, this was his quote basically, he represents the Texas ISD Police Chiefs Association. Quote, SB 1858 ensures we have the essential body armor needed to respond effectively to threats on our campuses. This legislation not only enhances officer safety and survivability, but also strengthens the protection of students, teachers, and staff who are sworn to serve. McKinney ISD Senior Director Russell May concurs and wrote in a letter to us, quote, the role of ISD security officers whether civilian or sworn in, is identical to the mission, protecting the lives of students, staff, and visitors. In today's climate of heightened school security concerns, it is essential that all security personnel have access to modern protective equipment, including body armor. SB 1858 addresses this urgent need by clarifying the independent school districts qualify as, quote, law enforcement agencies, unquote, for grant purposes, empowering school districts across Texas to apply for funding that will help protect their officers and, by extension, the communities they serve. Thank you for your time and consideration of SB 1858.
Thank you. Any questions, members? No questions. The chair now opens the floor for invited testimony. I see no one registered for invited testimony. Invited testimony is now closed. Chair now opens up for Senate Bill 1858 for public testimony. Chair sees no one registered to speak publicly on this bill. Is there anyone here present who wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1858? Hearing none. Public testimony is closed. We'll leave the bill pending. Senator Hagenbu, you ready for your next bill?
Yes, sir.
It's he said it's his evening. Hagenbu evening. Chair.
He's trying to match the three that the Army guy did this morning.
Yes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2177. Recognizes Senator Hagenbu to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate your allowing me to lay out Senate Bill 2177 today in committee. This bill has to do with improving crime clearances rates across the state of Texas. In the interim, Texas Public Policy Foundation did a study on violent crime and found some concerning numbers. Texas is currently solving 55% of murders, 43% of assaults, and 16% of sexual assaults. In my home county, actually, the clearance rate's a little bit worse than that. It's a priority for both my office and the law enforcement to improve those numbers. Unfortunately, many departments, particularly those in smaller or under-resourced jurisdictions, have lack the specialized personnel, forensic tools, and technological infrastructure needed to conduct thorough investigations and process evidence efficiently in a timely manner. This contributes to delays and unresolved cases, eroding public trust, and potentially allowing perpetrators to reoffend. In this Criminal Justice Committee this session, we have heard numerous examples of rape kit packages, lack of technicians, and other procedural problems that are hindering our ability to deliver justice for Texans. SB 2177 proposes the creation of a state-administered grant program designed to assist local law enforcement agencies in improving their clearance rates for violent and sexual offenses. Representative Little in the House submitted several very large contingency rider to help with the clearance rates, and was placed in Article 11. It's my intent to at least get this grant program in statute, and then this legislature and the Criminal Justice Division of the Governor's Office, who we've worked with on this, can decide where the funding may come in future sessions. SB 2177 would be extremely helpful in helping law enforcement increase clearance rates on violent crimes, and is supported by peace officers and agencies all across Texas. Today we have Nikki Presley, State Director of Right on Crime at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and Caden Norton from the Prison Fellowship Ministries to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your consideration of SB 2177.
Members, any questions? Senator Hagenbu? If not, the chair now opens the floor for invited testimony. Chair calls Nikki Presley and Caden Norton. We'll begin on my right.
Okay.
And if you state your name, who you represent, and say
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Caden Norton. I'm here on behalf of Prison Fellowship Ministries in support of Senate Bill 2177. Appreciate the opportunity to visit with you today, and thank you, Senator Hagenbu, for your hard work on this issue. As a brief introduction, Prison Fellowship is the nation's largest Christian nonprofit serving currently and formerly incarcerated individuals and their families. Prison Fellowship serves men and women in over 20 Texas facilities through character education programs like Prison Fellowship Academy. Higher clearance rates are crucial for maintaining public trust and confidence in the criminal justice system. The certainty of getting caught is a greater deterrent to crime than the potential length of a sentence. Effectively solving crime not only ensures that we hold individuals accountable, but provides justice for victims and their families. It's a step towards healing and hope while fulfilling the biblical call to seek justice. This bill seeks to create safer communities by ensuring law enforcement agencies have the necessary tools to effectively investigate and hold individuals accountable for committing violent crimes. Higher clearance rates enhance both public safety and community trust in law enforcement. They also help honor victims and their families by ensuring justice is served swiftly and fairly. To promote accountability, the program also requires that grant recipients annually report clearance rate data and timelines, and up-to-date data will allow policymakers to make future decisions and promote transparency and trust. Members, by supporting SB 2177, you can enhance the ability of law enforcement to solve violent crimes, improve community trust, and provide justice and closure for victims and their families, ultimately creating safer communities across the state. Thank you very much again for hearing this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Nikki Presley. I'm the Texas State Director and Chief of Staff for Right on Crime at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and we are in support of SB 2177. The violent crime clearance rate, which is the number of crimes law enforcement is actually solving, has fallen consistently in the United States since the 1960s. Like many other states, Texas is no exception to this trend. We're currently only solving around 53% of homicides and less than 20% of rapes and sexual assaults, as Senator Hagenbu mentioned. Low clearance rates are not only denying victims and loved ones justice, but also fail to prevent crimes from occurring in the first place. Research has shown that the most important variable in deterring crime is the perceived probability of being caught and held accountable. When we allow violent crimes to go unsolved, we are sending the message to criminals that their violence has no consequence. It's important to note that low clearance rates do not reflect poorly on law enforcement, who do everything in their power to bring violent criminals to justice. However, police departments, both urban and rural, are faced with numerous challenges that have strained law enforcement capacity across the board, including the ability to investigate and solve crimes. Evidence suggests that resources are critical in solving cases, particularly those that would otherwise go unsolved. By providing further resources for hiring, training, and upgraded forensics and technology, we can better support law enforcement in solving crimes and send the message that committing violence against members of our community has the utmost consequences. SB 2177 signals a robust and sustained commitment to ensure investigations are properly resourced and to further improve law enforcement's ability to identify, apprehend, and prosecute violent criminals. Thank you for your time and consideration, and thank you, Senator Hagenbu, for carrying this legislation. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Any questions? Thank you. Thank you very much for staying with us this late.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you staying. Good job.
Seeing no more people registered for invited testimony now closed. Chair now opens up for public testimony. We see no one registered to testify publicly. Is there anyone present who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 2177? Hearing no one, public testimony is closed. The bill will be held pending. What are you next? We're going to do you first. Yes. So members, we have about four bills, and then we'll vote them out. Or Senator Hagenbu, you still good with about four bills, and then we'll vote them out. Is that okay?
Yes, I'll
okay. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1278. Chair sends up to committee substitute for Senate Bill 1278. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1278? Hearing none, so ordered. To recognize Senator Parker, or Vice Chair Parker, to explain the bill and the committee substitute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you here this evening and to lay out the committee substitute for 1278. Every day in the state of Texas, survivors of human trafficking are convicted of crimes their traffickers forced them to commit. The current definition of duress in Texas is limited to immediate risk of death or serious bodily injury. While this is the correct standard in the vast majority of cases, existing law ignores the complicated and elongated context of the coercion that victims of human trafficking face. By definition, human traffickers use force, fraud, and coercion to control their victims. This is why the typical standard for duress is insufficient, as it only considers force. Traffickers exert psychological, financial, and emotional control over their victims, often making escape seem impossible. Coercion can take the form of threats against children, manipulation of immigration status, or the deliberate creation of financial dependence. Fraud, including false promises of safety or legal protection, further entraps victims in cycles of abuse. Because these tactics do not always involve immediate physical violence, many victims are unfairly denied the ability to argue duress when charged with crimes they were forced to commit. Creating a specific duress defense for the complicated context of trafficking would align the law with the lived experiences of survivors and the well-documented tactics of these awful traffickers. Without such reforms, survivors face wrongful criminalization for actions they were compelled to take, perpetuating their victimization rather than offering them a path to justice and healing. By modernizing duress laws, we acknowledge the true nature of exploitation and ensure that survivors receive the legal protections they deserve. This committee's substitute for 1278 establishes an affirmative defense to prosecution for criminal offenses if the survivor can demonstrate their trafficker forced them to commit the alleged conduct through either imminent threat of death or severe bodily injury or other duress or coercion as a victim of trafficking. It is my firm belief that no well-informed prosecutor would bring a case against someone they knew was forced to commit the act by their trafficker. However, despite this, trafficking victims are continuously prosecuted at alarming rates. I believe this is because many well-intentioned police officers and prosecutors are still uninformed about the nuances of the experience of trafficking victims. This committee's substitute for 1278 serves as both an educational tool and an opportunity for trafficking victims to share their stories in court. A note that the committee's substitute restructures the language to make it more workable in court and removes the portion referring to domestic violence that was in the originally filed bill. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know we have a witness, and I know we've also got, I think, some good written testimony from witnesses as well before the committee here this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Senator Hagenbu, your light is on. You have a question?
I didn't mean for it to be, I think this is great, and I really appreciate all your effort on trafficking over the years.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the chair now opens up the floor for invited testimony. Chair calls up Joseph Scaramucci. Welcome.
Evening.
Well, evening, and if you state your name, who you represent, and you begin your statement, please.
Yeah, my name is Joseph Scaramucci. I represent myself. I am obviously for this bill. I've been in law enforcement for 21 years. I currently work for a nonprofit. The overwhelming majority of my time in law enforcement has been spent working gender-based violence, with the last decade being counter-sex trafficking. I've worked both state and federal cases and been fortunate enough to work throughout the United States and around the world. Every day across Texas, survivors of human trafficking are unjustly criminalized for the offenses that they were coerced into committing under duress for fear of their traffickers. Tragically, instead of receiving the protection and support that they deserve, these survivors are often prosecuted at far higher rates than their traffickers are. In fact, data from the city of Houston reveals that the risk of arrest for survivors is 100 times greater than that of their traffickers. Over the years, I've witnessed law enforcement and prosecutors both use the crimes that victims were forced to commit as leverage to extract information against their traffickers. This approach is not only ineffective, it's morally wrong. Traffickers prey on their victims through the manipulation and coercion, and disturbingly, the criminal justice system often perpetuates this cycle of abuse. This has to change. Senate Bill 1278 seeks to amend the Texas Penal Code by allowing survivors of human trafficking to present an affirmative defense in court if their actions were coerced by traffickers through threats of imminent death or serious bodily injury. This is crucial for ensuring that victims are not further victimized by the criminal justice system. It is not about erasing accountability. However, it is about recognizing reality. With 33 other states already providing this protection, it's time for Texas to follow suit. The changes proposed in Senate Bill 1278 would not only allow survivors to defend themselves, but also send a clear message that we recognize that trauma that they have endured.
The current law fails to account for the manipulation and fear that traffickers instill in their victims, leaving them vulnerable to criminal charges for actions they were forced to take. This bill is about justice, compassion, and providing a path for healing. It's about acknowledging that human trafficking victims are not criminals, they are survivors. I urge you to support Senate Bill 1278 as it will provide an essential safeguard for victims, reduce the disproportionate criminalization of victims, and ensure that justice is served for both traffickers and their survivors. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Chairman Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you, Mr. Scaramucci, for your leadership, all your years in public service and being there in the front lines, and your support of this bill and insights are invaluable to the committee. So thank you for being here, spending the day with us.
Thank you, Senator.
You will testify. We appreciate it very much. Very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So seeing no other invited witnesses, Chair now closes for invited testimony is now closed. Chair now opens for public testimonies. Chair calls Ross Jackson. Ross Jackson. Welcome. If you'll state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Ross Jackson. I'm with the Texas Public Policy Foundation.
Move the microphone closer so we can hear you.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members, for hearing my testimony today in support of SB 1278. I want to thank Vice Chair Parker and his staff and this committee for all the work they've done this session on anti-human trafficking legislation. It's very important work. In 2023, the National Human Trafficking Hotline identified over 1,700 victims of human trafficking in Texas. 80% of these were women, 250 were children. While the Texas Criminal Justice Division does not publish data on incarcerated individuals suspected to be victims of trafficking, research surveys by advocacy groups indicate that nearly a quarter of incarcerated women have been trafficked or coerced in committing sexual acts in exchange for necessities. Additionally, a 2024 DOJ report found that 91% of girls in secure facilities in our juvenile department showed clear or possible concern for sex trafficking. Women and minors are routinely prosecuted in the state and incarcerated for crimes they committed while being trafficked. This has been acknowledged by the governor, who established a clemency program in 2020, which has been incredibly valuable in assisting victims that have already been prosecuted. Creating a human trafficking specific defense could prevent unjust convictions on the front end, avoid the waste of legal resources, and mitigate the negative effects of convictions on a victim's recovery and rehabilitation. Most states have some sort of affirmative defense for human trafficking survivors. Many, like Oklahoma and Wyoming, have broad affirmative defenses specific to trafficking victims. Texas's current legal protections do not prevent their unjust prosecutions. What this legislation would do would bring dignity back to survivors, acknowledge complex histories of abuse, prevent improper prosecution, and provide an avenue to rehabilitation and recovery for these victims. That concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you for your great analysis. Thank you for understanding and comment on the fact that we're trying to get ahead of the problem on the front end.
Yes, sir.
We do so much as a body. We've been working on this issue since day one for me and in the House all those years ago, and just appreciate you guys recognizing the importance of the issue and that we can be smarter about how we go after it. So thank you very much for the great commentary. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I see no one is registered, else is registered for public testimony. Is there anyone who wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1278? Seeing none, public testimony is closed, and we leave the bill pending. Senator Parker, you ready to do 1704?
Yes, sir.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 1704. Chair sends up the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1704. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1704? Hearing none, so ordered. Recognize Senator Parker to explain the bill and the committee substitute.
Thank you, Chairman Flores and members. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you tonight with the committee substitute for 1704. Crime victims and their families often face challenges navigating the criminal justice system, particularly regarding their rights, access to information, and opportunities to provide input. The existing framework provides protections and rights to victims, but gaps remain in ensuring timely and clear communication, safeguarding victims from undue harm, and empowering them to actively participate in the justice process. The committee's substitute for 1704 seeks to strengthen the rights of crime victims and their families within the criminal justice system. The bill enhances the information provided to victims by requiring that the sentencing court notify victims of a modification or amendment to the defendant's sentence not later than 3 days after the date on which the modification or amendment was made. Furthermore, it makes notification of sentencing and release information automatic. Victims can now waive that right rather than having to opt in. Lastly, it cleans up some aspects of the victim notification process to make it easier for TDCJ to give information to victims. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, for the ability to lay out this little bill here this evening.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Hearing none, the floor is now open for invited testimony. I see no one is registered for invited testimony. Invited testimony is now closed. Chair now opens for public testimony. There's no one registered to testify publicly on this bill. Is there anyone who wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1704? Hearing none, public testimony is closed, and we leave the bill pending. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2146 and recognizes Senator Parker on behalf of Chair Huffman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the collection of data not only increases transparency but informs policy decisions related to criminal justice, resource allocation for prosecutorial offices, and the efficiency of court processes. Senate Bill 2146 directs prosecuting attorneys across the state to report information on the categories and numbers of each criminal offense prosecuted, the number of personnel employed by the prosecuting attorney, and whether that number is sufficient to support the prosecutor's caseload, the number of defendants released due to missed indictment deadlines, and the number of new offense notifications submitted for individuals out on bond. This bill requires the Texas Judicial Council to prescribe details of this reporting process. This bill is another effort to expand statewide data collection in the judicial system and will enable the legislature to assess prosecutor resources in relation to their caseloads and evaluate the number of missed deadlines that result in jail releases and potentially endangers the public safety. And with that, Mr. Chairman and members, I'll conclude my comments here on Senator Huffman's good bill, Senate Bill 2146.
Any questions? Questions? So it's seeing that there's no questions from the members, invited testimony for Senate Bill 2146 is now open. We see no one is registered to testify as invited testimony. Said as to invited testimony is closed. The chair now opens the floor for public testimony, and the chair calls Jordan Watt, Shannon Edmonds, and Luis Soveron. Jordan Watt, Shannon Edmonds, and Luis Soveron. So is there Jordan Watt? Jordan Watt?
She's not here.
Okay. So we'll begin on my right. And if you'll state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Shannon Edmonds of the Texas District and County Attorneys Association, just here as a resource to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? That was good. Now, please proceed.
Hi. That was good. Bill's in good shape. Set the bar high for you.
I know. I don't think I'm going to be able to match that.
Bill's in good shape. Bill's in good going. Please,
Sure.
please proceed. We want to hear what you have to say. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you for hanging with us.
Of course. Luis Soberon with Texas 2036 here for the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I'll be brief. I know it's been a long day. I won't be as brief. But generally speaking, there is a prosecutor-shaped hole in our criminal justice data ecosystem. I mean, law enforcement, they submit data to TCOL. Jails submit data to the Commission on Jail Standards. TDCJ reports data on prisons, probation, parole. So uniquely, especially given the critical role that prosecutors play in our criminal legal system, we don't get data directly reported from prosecuting attorneys to the state. And this bill is a very modest way to get at that gap. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was reported in Bexar County that due to a shortage of about 30 prosecuting attorneys, they had a number of prosecutors working overtime to deal with an incredible backlog of cases. How pervasive is that problem across the state? we don't really know. Anecdotally, we've heard that it's a problem, but again, we don't have data to support that. And as you heard from the layout, the bill also asks for a couple of additional data elements about missed deadlines and pretrial release notices. We're more than happy to be here as a resource to work with the committee and with the author on any changes that are needed to those data elements that are being asked for in the bill. Happy to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment, and that is that many of the district attorney's offices don't have the resources nor the manpower to be able to prosecute cases as quickly as they would like. When I go to court, I've done criminal defense work. Every time I go to court, you have a new defense or a new prosecuting attorney because of the pay. They don't stay there very long. They cannot afford to stay with the district attorney's office too long. There may be only a handful of really experienced lawyers, but the rest of the staff is really underpaid, and it's very difficult to keep experienced staff to be able to put all this information together. It's just a real challenge for our district attorney's offices throughout the state.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Well, I just want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for the testimony, and please give Jordan our best. I know she was here all morning, and appreciate the insights from 2036. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone, I see no one else is signed up for public testimony. Anyone present that wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2146? Hearing none. Public testimony is closed. We'll leave the bill pending. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1660. The chair sends up a committee substitute for Senate Bill 1660. Is there objection to adopting the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1660? Hearing none, so ordered. Recognize Vice Chair Parker to on behalf of Senator Huffman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you here this evening and lay out Senator Huffman's committee substitute for 1660. Under current law, there is ambiguity with regard to toxicology evidence that can be destroyed, especially in cases where the retention period has expired. Updating the statute on toxicology evidence storage to reflect modern needs and capabilities will reduce storage costs and administrative overhead, freeing up resources to better preserve critical evidence. The committee's substitute for Senate Bill 1660 requires crime laboratories to notify the appropriate prosecutor's office each year about any toxicology evidence that they possess related to alleged offenses in that county. This notice must also include the date the evidence was received. The committee's substitute also clarifies that any request to destroy evidence must be submitted by hand delivery, certified mail, or email to an address designated by the prosecutor's office. Furthermore, if the prosecutor's office does not issue a written denial within 90 days of receiving a request to destroy evidence and the applicable retention period has expired, the entity storing the evidence may proceed with its destruction. These provisions apply only to evidence for which the retention and preservation period expires on or after the effective date of this act. These updates set clear guidelines for managing toxicology evidence and ensure proper communication with prosecutors while balancing evidence retention and timely disposal. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude the layout for Senator Huffman's good bill, committee substitute 1660.
Members, any questions? Senator Hinojosa.
I would imagine, and I know Senator Parker may not know the answer, but there's some criminal cases that there are on appeal, and that evidence stays and is needed for those type of cases. But I guess I'll ask Chair Huffman.
Very good. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, the chair now opens up for invited testimony. Is Brady Mills still present? Brady? I think he's already home, huh? He was there as a resource witness. I think the bill's in good shape. So, having no one else registered for invited testimony will close. Chair now opens for public testimony. The chair sees no one registered for public testimony. Is there anyone present wish to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1660? Hearing none, public testimony is closed and leave the bill pending. With that, we can begin the vote. I think that covers everything.
He's supposed to be coming. He's walking over.
We'll wait just a couple of minutes. There we are. There we are. Just in time.
That was a nice arrival. That's classic JIT.
I
right
like
there,
that.
just in
I like
time.
that.
Right. Couldn't have timed that better, brother. That was perfect.
2146. Well, when we get there, so it's. But. Okay. And then the Birdwell bills, we're gonna leave them pending.
1199, 15.
Yeah.
That's what they called it.
Yeah. Welcome. It's been a long day, but a good day.
20 for 20, baby.
Well, if we're ready to begin, we'll begin. Ready? Y'all ready?
Sir.
All right. Chair moves that Senate Bill 614 does not pass, but that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 614 adopted in lieu thereof be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles,
Aye.
Senator King,
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays.
That'd be 6 ayes and 0 nays. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 614 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Hinojosa, you wish this bill be recommended for local? Senator Parker recommends that committee substitute for Senate Bill 614 be recommended for local non-contested calendar. Is any objection? So granted. Okay, I'm at 872. Is that a yes? Chair moves that Senate Bill 872 be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles,
Aye.
Senator King,
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 872 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. And Senator King recommends Senate Bill 872 be recommended for the local non-contested calendar. Is there an objection? Hearing none, so granted. Okay. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1212 be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles,
Aye.
Senator King,
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1212 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Parker recommends that Senate Bill 1212 be recommended for local non-contested calendars. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1278 does not pass, but that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1278 adopted in lieu thereof be reported to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles,
Aye.
Senator King,
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 1278 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Hinojosa recommends the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1278 be recommended for the local and uncontested calendars. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. We're going to skip that one. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1588 be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles,
Aye.
Senator King,
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu.
Aye.
Six ayes, no nays.
6 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1588 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Hagenbu recommends Senate Bill 1588 be recommended for local and uncontested calendar. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1602 does not pass, but that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1602 adopted in lieu thereof be reported to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker.
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa. Senator Huffman. Senator Miles.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays.
Mr. Chairman, it sure would be nice to know which distance we're voting on.
Wait.
500?
Yes. There'll be 6 ayes and 0. I said Senate Bill 1602. Yes, I thought what? The committee substitute. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1602, Senator. There'll be 6 ayes, 0 nays. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1602 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator King recommends committee substitute for Senate Bill 1602 be recommended for the local and uncontested calendar. Here, any objection? Hearing none, so granted. So the next one is Senate Bill 1660 by Huffman. Would that prefer to announce it like that, Senator? Does that make it easier? The Senate Bill 1660 by Huffman, is that easier to follow? Yep. Okay, here we go. Off we go. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1660 does not pass, but that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1660 be adopted in lieu thereof and be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker.
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa.
Aye.
Senator Huffman. Senator Miles.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
Be 6 ayes, 0 nays. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1660 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Hagenbu recommends that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1660 be recommended for the local and uncontested calendars. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. We'll be doing 1704 by Parker next. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1704 does not pass, but that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1704 adopted in lieu thereof be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker.
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa.
Aye.
Senator Huffman. Senator Miles.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 1704 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Miles recommends the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1704 be recommended for the local and uncontested calendars. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. We'll be hearing next Senate Bill 1723 by Creighton. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1723 be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker.
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa.
Aye.
Senator Huffman. Senator Miles.
Aye.
Senator King. Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1723 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator King recommends Senate Bill 1723 be recommended for local and uncontested. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next bill up is Senate Bill 1833 by Parker. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1833 be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker.
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa.
Aye.
Senator Huffman. Senator Miles.
Aye.
Senator King. Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1833 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Hinojosa recommends Senate Bill 1833 be recommended for local and uncontested calendar. Any objection? So ordered. Next up is Senate Bill 1858 by Hagenbu. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1858 be reported to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator King, Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1858 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Parker recommends that Senate Bill 1858 be recommended for local and uncontested calendars. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next bill up is Senate Bill 1946 by Zaffarini. Chair moves that Senate Bill 1946 be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator King, Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1946 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Miles recommends that Senate Bill 1946 be recommended for local and uncontested. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next bill up is Senate Bill 2009 by Campbell. Chair moves that Senate Bill 2009 be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator King, Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 2009 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator King recommends that Senate Bill 2009 be recommended for the local and uncontested calendars. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. So this one will hold pending. Next bill is Senate Bill 2177 by Hagenbu. The chair moves that Senate Bill 2177 be reported to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator King, Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2177 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator King recommends Senate Bill 2177 be recommended for local and uncontested calendars. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next up is Senate Bill 2373 by Johnson. Chair moves that Senate Bill 2373 do not pass, but that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2373 adopted in lieu thereof be reported to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa, Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator King, Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes, 0 nays. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2373 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator Miles recommends the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2373 be recommended for the local and uncontested calendar. Any objection?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Doesn't this bill raise a fence?
Thank you for pointing that out. Does it raise the fence?
Yeah.
Well, then we'll send that one to
Bill
the,
also.
then we'll send it to the floor.
Penalties of vendors providing confidential ID protection from criminal house grounds creates a serious criminal offense ranging from
Thank you.
Class B.
Senator Miles, you're correct, and thank you very much for pointing that out.
On the amount of display.
Thank you. That's 2 saves for us tonight. You're doing good, better than me. Well, the Senate Bill, the committee substitute Senate Bill 2373 will go to the floor. Thank you. Next bill up is Senate Bill 2460 by Creighton. So the chair moves that Senate Bill 2460 do not pass, but that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460 adopted in lieu thereof be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator King, Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes, 0 nays. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator King recommends the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460 be recommended for the local and uncontested calendar. Is any objection? Hearing none. So ordered. So 2785, which one is that one? That's Bardwell's. The record. Next one is Senate Bill 2785 by Birdwell. So the chair moves that Senate Bill 2785 does not pass, but that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2785 adopted in lieu thereof be reported to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass favorably and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Flores,
Aye.
Vice Chair Parker,
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa,
Aye.
Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator King, Senator Hagenbu. 6 ayes, no nays.
There be 6 ayes and 0 nays. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2785 will be reported to the full Senate with a favorable recommendation. Senator King recommends committee substitute for Senate Bill 2785 be recommended for local and uncontested calendar. Any objection? Hearing none. So ordered. And that concludes our business for today. And I thank you all very much for hanging. Thank Senator Miles. Thank you very much for those 2 catches. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
Great job.
the committee is in recess, subject to call of the chair.